Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
10 terrible signs you shouldn't trust your own family and how to deal with this painful problem. Family, where life begins and love never ends. Yet, the same relationships that bring us love and comfort can sometimes be our greatest sources of pain. Family bonds are often idealized as safe havens, but when trust is broken, the emotional fallout can be profound. Trust is the invisible thread that holds families together, creating a foundation of security, mutual understanding, and emotional well-being. Without it, even the closest relationships can unravel, leaving behind feelings of betrayal and disillusionment. Why trust matters in families. Trust within families fosters open communication, mutual respect, and unwavering support. It's the bedrock upon which strong, loving relationships are built. When trust is present, family members feel safe to share their vulnerabilities and celebrate each other's triumphs. However, the absence of trust can lead to toxic dynamics, fostering feelings of resentment, anxiety, and isolation. Betrayal or persistent dishonesty doesn't just affect the individual, it ripples through the family, eroding the collective sense of security. This video explores the importance of recognizing red flags in family relationships that might signal deeper trust issues. Identifying these signs can empower you to address toxic patterns, protect your emotional well-being, and foster healthier connections, even in challenging circumstances. 1. Consistent dishonesty. Trust is the foundation of any healthy relationship, and this is especially true within families. When family members are consistently dishonest, it shakes the very core of these bonds. Dishonesty in a family isn't always about monumental lies. Sometimes it's the accumulation of smaller, persistent untruths that creates an environment of mistrust. Over time, this behavior erodes the sense of safety and reliability that should define familial relationships. Imagine a sibling who hides financial struggles, repeatedly downplaying the severity of their situation until it spirals out of control and impacts everyone involved. Or consider a parent who withholds important family information, such as health concerns or financial difficulties, under the guise of protecting others. These actions may be well-intentioned, but the result is often confusion, frustration, and a breakdown of trust. Dishonesty also breeds insecurity. It leaves family members second-guessing each other's words and intentions, creating an atmosphere of suspicion. When you can't rely on someone to tell you the truth, it becomes nearly impossible to confide in them, let alone depend on them during challenging times. Ultimately, consistent dishonesty signals a deeper issue, a lack of respect for the relationship and for your right to transparency. Addressing dishonesty requires courage and a commitment to open communication. It may involve confronting the family member in question, setting boundaries, or seeking external support, such as therapy, to rebuild trust. While rebuilding trust is possible, it requires mutual effort. Being honest, even when the truth is uncomfortable, strengthens relationships, proving that love and trust go hand in hand. In contrast, persistent dishonesty only serves to alienate and distance, leaving the relationship fractured and fragile. Recognizing and addressing this red flag is essential for fostering authentic and lasting family connections. 2. Manipulative behavior. Manipulative behavior in family relationships is a subtle yet deeply damaging dynamic. It often disguises itself as care or concern, but gradually erodes the autonomy and emotional well-being of its target. Manipulation can take many forms, including guilt-tripping, shaming, or emotional blackmail, and it thrives in the close-knit environment of family where emotions run deep. Imagine a parent who uses financial support as leverage to dictate your choices, such as your career, where you live, or whom you marry. The message becomes clear: their help comes with strings attached. This creates an unhealthy dependency and makes you feel trapped in decisions that don't align with your authentic desires. Another example could be a sibling who constantly plays the victim, exaggerating their struggles to garner your sympathy and attention while ignoring your boundaries and needs. The harm in manipulative behavior lies in its ability to distort relationships. Instead of being built on mutual respect and understanding, these relationships become transactional, with one person always exerting control. This dynamic can lead to feelings of resentment, frustration, and helplessness. Recognizing manipulation starts with identifying patterns. Do you often feel guilty after interacting with a particular family member? Are you pressured into decisions that make you uncomfortable? These are signs that manipulation may be at play. Addressing manipulative behavior requires setting and enforcing boundaries. Clearly communicate what you will and will not tolerate. For example, you can say, "I appreciate your input, but I need to make this decision on my own." If manipulation persists, limiting interactions or seeking professional guidance, such as family counseling, might be necessary. Remember, genuine family support empowers rather than controls. Healthy relationships allow space for individuality and growth, fostering a foundation of love and mutual respect free from manipulation. 3. Betrayal of confidence. Betrayal of confidence is a profound violation of trust that can leave lasting scars in family relationships. Trusting someone with personal information or feelings is an act of vulnerability, and when that trust is broken, it shakes the foundation of the bond. Families are meant to provide a safe space, but when private matters are shared without consent, it undermines the very essence of that safety. Consider a scenario where you confide in a family member about a difficult situation, such as a relationship problem or a personal failure, only to later hear it repeated to others during a family gathering. Not only does this violate your privacy, but it also exposes you to judgment and embarrassment from people you didn't choose to share with. The sense of betrayal can lead to feelings of isolation and hesitation to open up in the future. The damage caused by a breach of confidence is often amplified in families because of the emotional closeness involved. It creates a ripple effect, eroding trust not only in the person who betrayed you, but in the family dynamic as a whole. To address this issue, it's essential to set clear boundaries, express how their actions have hurt you, and emphasize the importance of keeping private matters confidential. For instance, you might say, "When I share something personal, I need to know it stays between us." If the behavior continues, consider limiting what you share with that individual. Building or rebuilding trust takes time and consistency. Both parties must be committed to respecting boundaries and nurturing a culture of discretion. A family should be a source of comfort, not fear of betrayal. Protecting your emotional well-being may require difficult conversations, but it's a necessary step toward preserving meaningful relationships. 4. Financial exploitation. Financial exploitation in families often disguises itself as a harmless request for help, but can quickly spiral into a pattern of manipulation and misuse. Families are expected to support one another, but when financial assistance becomes a recurring demand or is given under false pretenses, it creates an unhealthy dynamic of dependency and mistrust. Imagine a relative who frequently borrows money, promising repayment, but never following through. Over time, this pattern not only strains your finances, but also leaves you feeling used and disrespected. In more extreme cases, financial exploitation can involve subtle coercion, like a family member guilt-tripping you into giving them money or resources they don't genuinely need. The emotional toll of financial exploitation is significant. It fosters resentment, disrupts family harmony, and can make you hesitant to offer help in genuine cases of need. It also sets a harmful precedent where boundaries are ignored and one-sided expectations dominate the relationship. Addressing financial exploitation requires assertiveness. Clearly communicate your boundaries, such as stating, "I can't lend you money anymore, but I'm happy to help you budget or find resources." Sticking to these limits can be challenging, especially if guilt is leveraged against you, but it's necessary for maintaining healthy relationships. In some cases, professional guidance may be beneficial. Financial counseling or mediation can help navigate these sensitive situations without escalating tensions. Remember, supporting family doesn't mean tolerating exploitation. Healthy family dynamics should respect each member's autonomy and well-being, including their financial stability. 5. Lack of support during crises. Families are often seen as a pillar of support during life's most challenging moments. However, when family members fail to show up emotionally or physically during crises, it signals a troubling lack of reliability. This absence can leave you feeling abandoned and questioning the strength of your familial bonds. Picture a situation where you're going through a medical emergency or a significant life upheaval, such as losing a job. You expect your family to rally around you, but instead, they prioritize their own needs or dismiss the gravity of your situation. For instance, a sibling who chooses to ignore your request for help, or a parent who offers superficial support instead of genuine assistance. This lack of care not only exacerbates your struggle, but also creates emotional wounds that are hard to heal. The impact of this neglect extends beyond the immediate crisis. It fosters resentment and a sense of imbalance in the relationship, as you realize the support you offer may not be reciprocated when you need it most. Over time, this dynamic can erode the trust and intimacy that families are meant to provide. To address this, communicate your needs clearly during difficult times. For example, say, "I really need your support right now. Can you help with this specific task?" If support remains absent, reassess the relationship and consider leaning on friends or professional networks that can provide the care you need. While family support is invaluable, it shouldn't be your sole source of help. Building a broader support system can alleviate some of the pressure and prevent disappointment. Ultimately, healthy family dynamics are rooted in mutual care and reliability, not selective support based on convenience. 6. Frequent gossiping. Gossiping within families might seem harmless at first, but it often creates divisions and mistrust over time. When family members discuss your personal life or struggles with others behind your back, it can feel like a betrayal of confidence and respect. Gossip often distorts facts, exaggerating situations and amplifying conflicts that could otherwise be resolved privately. Imagine discovering that a sibling has been sharing details about your financial struggles or personal challenges with extended family members, framing them as juicy tidbits for entertainment rather than respecting your privacy. This not only damages your reputation, but also undermines your trust in that person. Over time, you may begin to question whether your conversations are safe or if they'll become fodder for the next family gathering. The effects of gossip extend beyond individual relationships. It creates an environment of insecurity where family members hesitate to open up, fearing that their vulnerabilities will be exposed. This atmosphere disrupts the open communication and support that families should foster. To address gossip, confront it directly but calmly. Let the person know how their actions have affected you by saying, "I value our relationship, but I feel hurt when private matters I've shared are discussed with others. Setting boundaries about what you're comfortable sharing and with whom is critical. Over time, you may need to adjust your expectations of those who engage in gossip and limit your disclosures to them. Instead, prioritize relationships within the family where trust and mutual respect are evident. Healthy family dynamics thrive on confidentiality, empathy, and understanding, not on spreading rumors or creating unnecessary drama. 7. Dismissal of boundaries. Respecting boundaries is fundamental in any relationship, but it's especially crucial within families. When boundaries are ignored or dismissed, it creates tension and conflict, as well as a sense that your needs and autonomy are not valued. This can manifest in many ways, from emotional intrusions to physical overstepping. Consider a parent who enters your home uninvited even after you've asked them to call beforehand. Or a relative who dismisses your parenting choices, constantly criticizing how you raise your children despite your repeated requests to respect your methods. These actions, though sometimes framed as care or concern, signal a lack of respect for your individuality and decisions. The dismissal of boundaries often stems from a power dynamic where one person feels entitled to dictate or interfere in your life. This can lead to frustration, resentment, and a breakdown in communication. When your boundaries are routinely ignored, it also becomes harder to trust that person with more significant aspects of your life. To handle this, clearly communicate your limits. For instance, say, "I appreciate your concern, but this is a decision I need to make for myself. Please respect that." Consistency is key. Enforcing boundaries each time they're crossed reinforces their importance. If the behavior persists, you may need to limit interactions with the person or seek external support, such as counseling, to mediate the situation. Healthy families respect each other's autonomy and choices, understanding that boundaries are not barriers to love, but foundations for mutual respect. 8. Favoritism or unfair treatment. Favoritism within families can deeply wound relationships, creating feelings of inadequacy, resentment, and alienation among those who are overlooked. While families are expected to nurture and celebrate each member equally, showing clear preference for one individual over others undermines these values and can fracture familial bonds. Imagine a parent who consistently praises one sibling's achievements while neglecting or even belittling another's efforts. Over time, the overlooked sibling may begin to feel unworthy, questioning their self-worth and value within the family. Similarly, unfair treatment can manifest in how responsibilities are distributed. One child may shoulder more family duties, while another receives privileges without contributing equally. Favoritism often stems from unconscious biases or cultural norms, but its impact is long-lasting. It not only strains the relationships between siblings, but can also affect the connection between parents and children. The child who feels neglected may withdraw emotionally, fostering a cycle of miscommunication and misunderstanding. Addressing favoritism requires courage and honest dialogue. If you're the one affected, share your feelings respectfully but assertively. For instance, you might say, "I've noticed that my efforts often go unacknowledged and it makes me feel undervalued." For parents or family members, becoming aware of unintentional biases and making conscious efforts to treat everyone equitably is essential. In situations where favoritism persists, despite efforts to address it, focusing on your personal growth and seeking support outside the family can help maintain emotional balance. Healthy families thrive on fairness and inclusivity, where every member feels seen, valued, and equally loved. 9. Emotional or physical abuse. Emotional or physical abuse within families is one of the most devastating breaches of trust and safety. While families are expected to be a source of love and protection, abusive behaviors shatter that expectation. leaving victims feeling vulnerable, isolated, and unworthy of love. Abuse can take many forms, from harsh words and constant criticism to intimidation and physical harm. Imagine a relative who consistently demeans you with insults or undermines your self-esteem by pointing out perceived flaws in front of others. Worse, consider a family member who uses physical aggression, throwing objects, grabbing you forcefully, or threatening harm to assert control during disagreements. These behaviors are not only damaging in the moment, but can have long-lasting effects on your mental and emotional health. The harm caused by abuse often leads to self-doubt, anxiety, and depression. It creates an environment of fear where open communication and trust are impossible. Victims may also struggle with guilt or confusion, feeling trapped by cultural or societal expectations to maintain family unity at all costs. Addressing abuse starts with recognizing it as unacceptable, no matter the context. If you're experiencing abuse, prioritize your safety and well-being. This may mean seeking support from trusted friends, counselors, or advocacy organizations. Establish boundaries and, if necessary, create physical or emotional distance from the abuser. Breaking the cycle of abuse is challenging but essential for healing. It requires bravery to confront the issue, seek help, and, in some cases, walk away from toxic relationships. Healthy families nurture, protect, and uplift their members, making it crucial to demand and uphold an environment free from harm. Everyone deserves to feel safe and respected in their family. 10. Refusal to acknowledge or address conflicts. Conflict is an inevitable part of any relationship, but how it's handled determines whether it strengthens or weakens the bond. In families, a refusal to acknowledge or address conflicts often leads to unresolved tensions and lingering resentment. When issues are ignored or swept under the rug, they don't disappear. They fester, eventually erupting in more significant, damaging ways. Consider a family member who consistently avoids discussing past grievances, shutting down conversations with phrases like, "Let's not dwell on the past," or "It's not a big deal." While this avoidance may feel like keeping the peace, it prevents meaningful resolution and understanding. For instance, unresolved arguments about financial responsibilities or personal boundaries can create ongoing frustration, silently damaging relationships. This refusal to engage in conflict resolution sends a message that your feelings and concerns don't matter, eroding trust and mutual respect. It also perpetuates a cycle where similar issues arise repeatedly, each time compounding the emotional toll. Addressing this requires open communication and a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths. Initiate conversations with a calm and solution-focused tone, saying something like, "I'd like to talk about this issue so we can move forward and strengthen our relationship." If the other party remains resistant, consider involving a neutral mediator, like a family counselor, to facilitate productive discussions. Resolving conflicts doesn't mean erasing disagreements. It means understanding each other's perspectives and finding common ground. Healthy families prioritize growth and connection by facing challenges together, fostering an environment where conflicts are opportunities for deeper understanding rather than sources of division. Solutions: how to deal with these painful problems. 1. Setting and enforcing boundaries. Boundaries are essential for maintaining healthy relationships, especially in families where emotions and expectations often run high. Setting clear boundaries communicates your needs and ensures that interactions remain respectful and balanced. However, enforcing boundaries requires consistency and courage, especially if family members are resistant or dismissive. For example, if a parent frequently criticizes your parenting style, you can establish a boundary by calmly saying, "I understand you have advice, but I prefer to make my own decisions regarding my children. Please respect that." The key is to be firm yet respectful, avoiding emotional confrontations that might escalate tensions. Enforcing boundaries might also involve limiting certain topics of discussion. If a relative often brings up sensitive or triggering subjects, you can redirect the conversation or politely state that you're not comfortable discussing that matter. While setting boundaries may initially create discomfort or pushback, it ultimately fosters healthier dynamics. It teaches family members how to interact with you in a way that respects your emotional and physical well-being. Remember, boundaries are not about creating distance, but about ensuring mutual respect. They allow for deeper, more meaningful connections by establishing a foundation of trust and understanding. Over time, consistent boundary setting helps shift unhealthy dynamics and promotes a more balanced and fulfilling family relationship. 2. Seeking open communication. Open communication is the cornerstone of healthy family relationships. It involves expressing your thoughts, feelings, and concerns honestly while creating space for others to do the same. When conflicts or trust issues arise, addressing them directly, yet constructively, can pave the way for resolution and deeper understanding. Start by choosing an appropriate time and setting for conversations. Avoid discussing sensitive topics during emotionally charged moments. Instead, approach the discussion with a calm demeanor and a willingness to listen. For instance, you might begin by saying, "I've noticed some tension between us, and I'd like to talk about it so we can move forward together." Active listening is crucial. Give family members the opportunity to share their perspectives without interruption or judgment. Validating their feelings, even if you disagree, can create a sense of mutual respect. For example, saying, "I understand why you feel that way, and I want to work with you to find a solution," can de-escalate potential conflicts. If emotions run high, consider using "I" statements to express your concerns without placing blame. For example, "I feel hurt when my boundaries are ignored" is more effective than "you always disrespect me." Open communication doesn't guarantee immediate resolution, but it lays the groundwork for mutual trust and empathy. Over time, these conversations strengthen family bonds and create a culture where concerns can be addressed without fear of judgment or dismissal. In cases where communication remains difficult, seeking the guidance of a family therapist can help facilitate productive dialogue. Healthy families thrive on open communication, where every member feels heard, valued, and understood. Taking the first step to initiate these conversations shows courage and a commitment to fostering positive relationships. 3. Seeking professional help. Sometimes family dynamics become so strained or complicated that resolving issues independently feels impossible. In such cases, seeking professional help, such as therapy or mediation, can provide a neutral and supportive space for addressing deep-rooted issues. Professional intervention is not a sign of weakness, but a proactive step toward healing and rebuilding trust. Family therapists are trained to identify toxic patterns and facilitate open, constructive communication. For instance, in cases where a family member refuses to acknowledge their role in conflicts, a therapist can help them see how their behavior impacts others without assigning blame. Mediation sessions can also guide families in navigating sensitive topics, such as financial disputes or unspoken grievances. Consider a scenario where siblings are divided over how to care for aging parents, leading to resentment and tension. A professional mediator can help establish a fair plan that respects everyone's concerns and capabilities. Similarly, therapy can be invaluable in addressing emotional wounds caused by past betrayals or unresolved conflicts. For those experiencing abuse or severe neglect, professionals can offer resources and strategies to ensure safety and support. They can also help individuals process their emotions and rebuild self-esteem, empowering them to to make healthier decisions about their relationships. While it may take time and effort to see results, professional help can bring clarity and structure to even the most complex family dynamics. It shows a commitment to breaking unhealthy cycles and fostering a more understanding, respectful environment. Ultimately, prioritizing emotional and relational well-being is one of the most meaningful investments you can make in your family's future. 4. Prioritizing self-care. In the midst of family conflicts or strained relationships, it's easy to lose sight of your own well-being. Prioritizing self-care is essential to maintaining your mental, emotional, and physical health, especially when navigating challenging family dynamics. By focusing on yourself, you build resilience and clarity, empowering you to make decisions that align with your values and needs. Self-care involves more than just pampering. It's about creating habits that nurture your overall well-being. For example, regular exercise, adequate sleep, and a balanced diet can significantly improve your ability to manage stress. Engaging in hobbies or activities you enjoy also provides an outlet for self-expression and a break from familial pressures. Emotional self-care is equally vital. Journaling, meditating, or speaking with a trusted friend can help you process your feelings and gain perspective. If family relationships feel particularly toxic, consider creating a support network outside your family. Friends, mentors, or support groups can provide encouragement and understanding when you need it most. It's important to set boundaries around your time and energy. For instance, limiting interactions with toxic family members or saying no to commitments that drain you can create space for your personal growth. Remember, prioritizing your needs doesn't mean neglecting others. It means ensuring you're in a position to engage in relationships from a place of strength and self-assurance. Ultimately, self-care is an act of self-respect. By valuing yourself, you model healthy behaviors for others and create a foundation for meaningful connections. Even in challenging family situations, prioritizing self-care ensures you remain grounded and empowered to make choices that support your happiness and well-being. 5. Knowing when to limit or cut ties. In some cases, despite your best efforts, a family relationship may remain toxic, abusive, or beyond repair. Knowing when to limit or cut ties with a family member is one of the hardest but most important decisions you may face. It's not about abandoning family, but about protecting your mental, emotional, and even physical well-being when the relationship becomes detrimental to your health. Consider situations where repeated attempts to establish boundaries are ignored, manipulative behaviors persist, or emotional and physical abuse continues unchecked. For example, if a relative consistently undermines your self-esteem, spreads false information about you, or refuses to take responsibility for their harmful actions, it may be necessary to reassess the value of that relationship in your life. Limiting ties doesn't always mean a complete cutoff. It might involve reducing the frequency of interactions or choosing neutral environments for meetings. For instance, you might decide only to see a toxic family member at larger family gatherings where their behavior is less targeted. In extreme cases, cutting ties entirely may be the healthiest option. While this choice comes with emotional challenges and societal stigma, it can provide the freedom and peace needed to focus on your well-being. Therapy or support groups can help navigate the emotional fallout and provide guidance during this process. Remember, walking away from a toxic relationship is not an act of selfishness, it's an act of self-preservation. You have the right to prioritize your happiness and safety, even if it means creating distance from family members. By doing so, you open the door to building healthier, more supportive relationships that align with your values and nurture your personal growth. Family relationships are complex and, at their best, provide love, support, and security. However, they can also harbor toxic dynamics that erode trust and emotional well-being. Recognizing the signs of distrust is the first step toward protecting yourself and addressing unhealthy patterns. Throughout this discussion, we identified 10 key red flags in family relationships: consistent dishonesty, manipulative behavior, betrayal of confidence, financial exploitation, lack of support during crises, frequent gossiping, dismissal of boundaries, favoritism, emotional or physical abuse, and refusal to address conflicts. Each of these behaviors undermines the foundation of trust and can lead to lasting emotional harm if left unchecked. Equally important are the solutions we explored: setting and enforcing boundaries, fostering open communication, seeking professional help, prioritizing self-care, and knowing when to limit or cut ties. These strategies empower individuals to take control of their relationships, ensuring they are built on mutual respect, understanding, and care. Recognizing these issues early and addressing them with clarity and courage can lead to healthier dynamics within families. While not all relationships can be repaired, understanding when to let go or create distance is crucial for personal well-being. Empowerment begins with the recognition that you have the right to protect your peace, even within your family. It's easy to feel trapped by societal expectations or cultural norms that emphasize unconditional loyalty to family. But prioritizing your mental and emotional health is not selfish. It's necessary. Take proactive steps to identify and address toxic behaviors. If you notice red flags, don't ignore them. Open communication is a powerful tool, but it's okay to acknowledge when deeper issues require professional intervention or a redefinition of the relationship. Remember, setting boundaries isn't about punishing others. It's about creating the space for healthy and respectful interactions. When these boundaries are consistently violated, know that you have the strength to make the tough decisions to limit or end contact. Surround yourself with supportive relationships that uplift you, whether they are within or outside your family. Seeking healthier dynamics is a journey, not an overnight fix. It requires patience, self-reflection, and a commitment to growth. But the result, peace of mind, self-respect, and meaningful connections, is worth the effort. Healing and growth are always possible, even in the face of challenging family dynamics. You are not alone in navigating these complexities, and many have walked this path before, finding strength and fulfillment on the other side. While you may not always be able to change others, you can change how you respond to and manage these relationships. By focusing on your well-being and surrounding yourself with positive influences, you create an environment that nurtures trust, respect, and love. Family isn't defined solely by blood. It's about the connections that make you feel valued, safe, and supported. As you move forward, take comfort in knowing that meaningful relationships can be built and sustained, whether within your biological family or through the family you choose. Embrace the journey toward healthier dynamics with hope. Every small step you take, whether it's setting a boundary, seeking therapy, or building a new support system, is a step toward reclaiming your emotional health and happiness. You deserve relationships that uplift and empower you, and with time and effort, those connections are within reach. Thank you for watching. If you found this video helpful, make sure to give it a thumbs up and share it with someone who might need this message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more insightful content like this. Your support helps us continue creating videos that inspire, empower, and guide you toward a better, healthier life. Hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Together, we can navigate life's challenges and build stronger, more meaningful connections. See you in the next video.
10 Stoic lessons to force yourself to take action. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, unexplored wilderness, a place teeming with potential but shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. Every step you take forward promises growth, wisdom, and fulfillment. Yet the journey is daunting, and the first step is the hardest. What if I told you that hidden within ancient texts is the key to unlocking your inner strength, propelling you forward with unwavering determination? Picture this: emperors and slaves, soldiers and scholars, all guided by a philosophy that transformed their lives: Stoicism. Today, I will share with you 10 powerful Stoic lessons that can revolutionize the way you approach your goals, turning hesitation into action and adversity into opportunity. Are you ready to ignite your inner fire and take control of your destiny? Let's embark on this journey together, uncovering the timeless wisdom that will inspire you to take meaningful action in your life. Number 1, turn challenges into opportunities. Imagine facing a formidable obstacle, a challenge that seems insurmountable. The immediate reaction might be to shy away, to retreat into the comfort of inaction. But what if we embrace this challenge instead? Stoicism teaches us that adversity is not just a hurdle, but a chance for growth and transformation. Consider the mighty oak tree, which grows strong and resilient, not in spite of the winds that batter it, but because of them. Each challenge we face is like those winds, shaping us into stronger, wiser individuals. By shifting our perception and focusing on what we can control, we harness the power within us to turn obstacles into opportunities. Instead of asking, "Oh, why me?" we can ask, "What can I learn from this?" This mindset shift is the essence of Stoicism. It empowers us to see every setback as a setup for a comeback, every failure as a step towards success. When we embrace challenges, we discover our true strength and resilience. We transform adversity into a crucible for personal development, emerging stronger and more capable. So, the next time you encounter a challenge, remember, it is not a roadblock, but a stepping stone on your path to greatness. Number 2, make good habits a habit. Imagine starting each day with a routine that energizes and prepares you for whatever lies ahead. Good habits are the foundation of a fulfilling life, and Stoicism places great emphasis on cultivating them. The key is consistency. Just as a sculptor shapes marble into a masterpiece through persistent chiseling, we can mold our lives through daily practices of mindfulness, gratitude, and discipline. Picture a garden that flourishes because the gardener tends to it every day, even if only for a few minutes. Small, consistent actions lead to significant, lasting changes. Start with one habit. Perhaps a few minutes of meditation or jotting down things you're grateful for each day. Over time, these small acts accumulate, transforming your mindset and your life. The Stoics believed that by integrating virtuous habits into our daily routines, we align our actions with our highest values, leading to a life of purpose and fulfillment. So, commit to your habits with patience and perseverance, knowing that each step brings you closer to the person you aspire to be. Number 3, develop your purpose. Through virtue, living a life of purpose begins with understanding and embodying our core values. The Stoics taught that virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance are the pillars of a meaningful existence. Imagine your virtues as the North Star, guiding your decisions and actions. When we align our daily activities with these principles, we find a deeper sense of purpose and direction. Think of Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, who ruled with wisdom and justice, guided by his Stoic beliefs. His actions were not random, but purposeful, driven by his commitment to virtue. By reflecting on our values and ensuring our actions reflect them, we cultivate a life rich in meaning. This alignment empowers us to make choices that are not only beneficial to us but also contribute to the greater good. Embrace the Stoic principle of living according to virtue, and you will discover a profound sense of fulfillment and purpose in every endeavor. Number 4, begin with small steps. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. This ancient wisdom resonates deeply within Stoicism. Faced with daunting tasks or overwhelming goals, the Stoics teach us to break them down into manageable steps. Picture a mountain climber focusing on each handhold and foothold rather than the daunting peak. This approach combats procrastination and builds momentum. By starting small, we achieve incremental progress, each step reinforcing our commitment and capability. Consider a writer crafting a book, not by writing it all at once, but by completing one page at a time. This method not only makes the task less intimidating, but also ensures steady, consistent progress. Embrace the power of small steps. Each modest effort compounds over time, leading to significant accomplishments. Begin your journey today, no matter how small the step, and watch as you steadily move toward your goals with determination and resilience. Number 5, cultivate gratitude. Gratitude is a cornerstone of Stoic practice, a tool to shift our focus from what we lack to what we have. Imagine viewing your life through a lens that highlights abundance rather than scarcity. Practicing gratitude daily can transform your perspective, fostering a positive and motivated mindset. The Stoics believed that appreciating what we have, however small, enriches our lives and propels us to act with joy and contentment. Picture ending each day by reflecting on 3 things you are grateful for. This simple practice can enhance your overall well-being and motivate you to pursue your goals with renewed vigor. Gratitude not only uplifts us, but also builds resilience, enabling us to face challenges with a positive outlook. By cultivating gratitude, we create a fertile ground for growth and action, nurturing our spirit and empowering our journey towards a fulfilling life. Number 6, simplify your life. In a world cluttered with distractions, simplifying our lives allows us to focus on what truly matters. The Stoics valued simplicity, understanding that a minimalist approach brings clarity and purpose. Imagine clearing away the non-essential, creating space for meaningful activities and relationships. By eliminating unnecessary distractions and prioritizing quality over quantity, we free ourselves to act with intention. Think of a clear desk, devoid of clutter, where each item has a purpose. This clarity extends to our minds and actions, allowing us to focus on our goals with laser-like precision. Simplification is not about deprivation, but about discerning what is truly important. Embrace the Stoic principle of simplicity and watch as your life aligns more closely with your values and aspirations, enabling you to act with greater purpose and clarity. Number 7, stop procrastinating. Procrastination is the thief of time, a habit that hinders our progress and growth. The Stoics remind us that our time is finite and precious. Imagine living each day with the awareness that time, once lost, can never be reclaimed. By embracing the present moment and committing to purposeful action, we overcome the inertia of procrastination. Consider the Stoic practice of memento mori, reflecting on our mortality to inspire urgency and focus. This mindset encourages us to seize the day, to act now rather than defer our dreams and responsibilities. Picture a warrior preparing for battle, fully present and ready to engage. This is the Stoic approach to life. Engage with purpose, act with intention, and conquer procrastination. By living each moment fully, we maximize our potential and achieve our goals with vigor and resolve. Number 8, discipline yourself. Self-discipline is the bedrock of Stoic philosophy. It involves recognizing our power to control our own lives through disciplined actions aligned with our greater values. Imagine a ship navigating stormy seas, steered with unwavering focus towards its destination. Discipline keeps us on course, even amidst life's challenges. By consistently practicing good habits and exercising self-control, we develop a strong character and resilience. Think of an athlete training daily, each session building strength and endurance. This disciplined approach extends to all areas of life, enabling us to overcome obstacles and achieve our aspirations. Embrace self-discipline as your guiding principle, and you will find the strength to navigate life's storms with grace and determination, always moving towards your highest goals. Number 9, practice mindfulness. Mindfulness, the art of being fully present in the moment, is a powerful Stoic practice. Imagine a calm lake, its surface undisturbed, reflecting the world with perfect clarity. Mindfulness brings us this clarity, reducing stress and increasing focus. By incorporating mindfulness practices into our daily routine, we enhance our ability to act with intention and clarity. Consider the Stoic exercise of reflecting on the day each evening, assessing our actions and thoughts with a clear, objective mind. This practice fosters self-awareness and personal growth. Mindfulness helps us navigate the present with grace, ensuring that our actions are deliberate and aligned with our values. Embrace mindfulness and experience the peace and clarity it brings, empowering you to take meaningful action in your life. Number 10, embrace imperfection. Perfection is an illusion, a standard that can paralyze us with fear. The Stoics teach us to embrace our imperfections and see failure as a natural part of the journey. Imagine a potter shaping clay, each mistake guiding their hands towards a more refined creation. Accepting that we are not perfect allows us to take risks and act without fear. This Stoic principle encourages resilience and continuous improvement. Think of a scientist conducting experiments, each failure a step closer to discovery. By embracing imperfection, we learn and grow from our experiences, becoming stronger and wiser. This mindset frees us from the fear of failure, empowering us to act boldly and pursue our goals with confidence. Embrace your imperfections, and you will find the courage to take action and achieve greatness. These Stoic lessons are not just ancient wisdom, but practical tools that can profoundly transform your life. By embracing these principles, you can unlock personal growth, resilience, and a deeper sense of purpose. Imagine living each day with clarity, strength, and unwavering resolve, empowered by the timeless teachings of Stoicism. This is not just philosophy, it's a way of life. I encourage you to start integrating these lessons into your daily routine and witness the transformation for yourself. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which of these Stoic lessons resonates the most with you? How do you plan to incorporate it into your life? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. If you found this video helpful, don't keep it to yourself. Share it with others who might benefit from these powerful insights. Let's continue this journey together, embracing the wisdom of the Stoics and taking meaningful action towards our goals. Thank you for watching, and remember, the power to transform your life lies within you.
Today we're diving into 10 powerful habits that, in just 1 week, sparked incredible changes in my life. I know what you're thinking. Can such transformation happen so quickly? I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't experienced it myself. These aren't your usual self-help tricks, but deep, practical habits that brought clarity, calm, and real growth. From struggles to breakthroughs, I've tested each one, and the impact has been life-altering. So grab a coffee, settle in, and stick around, because by the end you'll have actionable, realistic steps that you can start today, complete with some personal stories that show just how powerful these habits can be. Let's jump in. Habit 1. Practicing daily gratitude. This habit was simple yet incredibly uplifting. Each morning I started listing 3 things I was grateful for, from big accomplishments to small moments of joy. Reflecting on the positives grounded me and shifted my focus toward abundance, making challenges feel more manageable. It's easy to get caught up in the stresses of daily life, but gratitude brings us back to what's truly important. If you're feeling overwhelmed, try writing down a few things you're thankful for each morning. You might be surprised by how much lighter and more positive it makes you feel. Habit 2. Journaling. Journaling was something I'd always thought of as just for deep thinkers, but dedicating 10 minutes each night to write about my day changed everything. I started with simple notes about what made me happy, what I struggled with, and soon it became a space for real self-reflection. The habit revealed patterns in my thoughts, fears, and desires. One night, after a particularly stressful day at work, I wrote down everything I was feeling, and it brought clarity and peace. I even started jotting down 3 things I was grateful for each day, which helped me shift focus from what was lacking to what I already had. It's a grounding habit that's as therapeutic as it is insightful. Habit 3. Setting a daily intention. This was a small but profound change. Every morning, I'd take a few minutes to set a single intention for the day, like practice patience or focus on gratitude. It created a mindful approach to my day and reminded me of my priorities when things got hectic. I found myself more focused, grounded, and in tune with my actions. Setting an intention doesn't have to be complicated. Think of it as giving your day a purpose or a theme. It can be a powerful anchor in moments of stress. Habit 4. Waking up early. The first game changer was simply waking up earlier. I used to be a late riser, hitting snooze until the last minute. Mornings were rushed and chaotic, setting a hectic tone for the whole day. But when I challenged myself to start waking up at 5 a.m., things changed, and fast. Those first days weren't easy, but by day 3, I began to feel the calm and quiet that came with the early hours. There's something almost magical about having the world to yourself as it wakes up. With those extra moments, I could stretch, meditate, and plan my day without feeling rushed. Even watching the sunrise felt grounding and gave me a renewed sense of gratitude. If you're not a morning person, try setting your alarm 15 minutes earlier each day. Those small steps toward an unrushed start will pay off in ways you can't imagine. Habit 5. Daily exercise. The second habit that shifted my life was committing to daily exercise. I wasn't a fitness fanatic and used every excuse to skip workouts. I'm too tired, there's no time, you name it. But one week I decided enough was enough. I started with just 20 minutes each day, mixing up light jogs, yoga, and simple strength exercises. Initially my muscles ached and I felt exhausted, but by the 4th day I was waking up with more energy, my mood brighter, and my focus sharper. Exercise became less about calories and more about a daily dose of self-care. It was a moment to connect with myself, leave behind stress, and tune in to my own needs. Habit 6. Mindful eating. Mindful eating was a small change that had a big impact. I used to eat quickly, often while on my phone or laptop, barely paying attention. But when I committed to eating without distractions, I realized how much I'd been missing. By setting aside screens and slowing down, I began to taste and enjoy each bite, noticing the flavors and textures as though experiencing them for the first time. Eating slowly helped me recognize when I was full and naturally reduced overeating. This mindful practice brought gratitude and awareness to my meals, helping me connect with food in a healthier, more fulfilling way. Habit 7. Practicing self-compassion. The final habit was a lesson in self-compassion. Whenever I stumbled or faced setbacks, I tended to be hard on myself. But instead, I started reminding myself to be as kind to myself as I would to a friend. Whenever I made a mistake, I'd pause, take a breath, and remind myself that it's okay to not be perfect. Self-compassion became a powerful tool in my growth, helping me recover from setbacks faster and with more resilience. Remember, progress isn't a straight line, and self-kindness goes a long way. Habit 8. Decluttering my space. I'd underestimated how much clutter in my physical space was affecting my mental space. I started by setting aside 10 minutes each day to clear one area of my home, a desk, a drawer, or a closet. As I decluttered, I felt a sense of relief and clarity, noticing how much easier it was to focus and relax. Having a tidy space gave me a calm, clear environment to start and end my days. If you find yourself feeling overwhelmed or distracted, try small decluttering sessions. It's amazing how much peace a clean space can bring. Habit 9. Limiting screen time. Limiting screen time was one of the harder habits to tackle. Our screens have become our lifelines, but I realized they were draining my energy, affecting my sleep, and distracting me from the present. I set a daily limit of 1 hour for non-essential screen use, which was tough but enlightening. Suddenly I had extra time to read, go for a walk, and reconnect with forgotten hobbies. I even found my sleep improving as I left my phone out of my bedtime routine. Reclaiming that time helped me be more present, more engaged, and less anxious. If you're struggling to cut back, start by setting small limits and see how it feels. Habit 10. Learning something new. Every day, whether it's reading a few pages of a book, listening to a podcast, or trying out a new skill, committing to learning each day brought a refreshing sense of growth. I realized I was often stuck in my routine, and by setting aside even 10-15 minutes for learning, I opened myself to new ideas and perspectives. It could be as simple as a few words in a new language or watching an educational video. Learning daily keeps your mind sharp and adds a little spark of excitement to each day. It's a reminder that growth doesn't have to be big or immediate. It's in those consistent small steps. Each of these 10 habits has been transformative in its own way, contributing to a more mindful, balanced, and fulfilling life. If any of these resonate with you, try incorporating 1 or 2 into your week. Start small, embrace the process, and remember, it's about progress, not perfection. Share your thoughts below. I'd love to hear which habits you're trying, or if you have questions on how to start. And of course, if you found this helpful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more life-changing insights. Thanks for joining me on this journey. Remember, small steps can lead to massive transformations. See you in the next video, and keep being awesome.
10 alarming signs you're in a toxic relationship and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever paused to question why a relationship meant to bring joy and fulfillment leaves you feeling drained, unappreciated, or even trapped? Relationships should nurture our spirit, not weigh it down. Yet, some connections become chains that erode our mental, emotional, and even physical well-being. These are toxic relationships, a silent thief of happiness and peace. A toxic relationship is not defined by occasional conflicts or misunderstandings, which are natural in any bond. Instead, it is one where the negatives far outweigh the positives, leaving you feeling lesser, controlled, or emotionally battered. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca once remarked, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." But toxic relationships blur this line, turning your life into a constant state of turmoil. Why is it so difficult to recognize toxicity? Because love, or what we think is love, clouds our judgment. We tell ourselves stories to justify the pain. They'll change, or maybe I'm too sensitive. These rationalizations only deepen the cycle of harm. The purpose of this article is to shine a light on the subtle and not so subtle signs of toxicity, empowering you to confront what may be one of the hardest truths you'll ever face. But take heart, acknowledging a toxic relationship is the first courageous step toward reclaiming your peace. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By the end of this journey, you'll not only be able to identify these harmful patterns, but also learn how to take purposeful action to protect yourself. Remember, choosing to prioritize your well-being is not selfish. It is the highest act of self-respect. Your worth demands it. 1. Lack of appreciation or gratitude. A healthy relationship is built on mutual appreciation, a recognition of each other's efforts, qualities, and presence. In a toxic relationship, however, gratitude is often absent. Your contributions go unnoticed, your sacrifices are taken for granted, and your partner behaves as if your presence is an entitlement rather than a privilege. The Stoics believed in cultivating gratitude as a cornerstone of a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." A relationship devoid of appreciation violates this principle, reducing what should be cherished to something mundane or overlooked. Lack of appreciation can manifest in many ways. Your efforts to nurture the relationship might be ignored, compliments might be scarce, or your kindness might be met with indifference. Over time, this lack of recognition drains your energy and erodes your sense of worth. You might begin to feel like nothing you do is ever enough. To identify this, reflect on how your partner responds to your actions. Do they acknowledge your efforts, or do they brush them aside? Do you feel valued, or does it seem like your contributions are expected without acknowledgement? The solution lies in reclaiming your self-worth. Gratitude begins with yourself, appreciating your own efforts, qualities, and resilience. As Seneca advised, begin at once to live and count each separate day as a separate life. Recognize that you deserve a relationship where your presence and contributions are celebrated. If appreciation is consistently absent, consider whether this relationship aligns with the respect and gratitude you deserve. True love doesn't take you for granted. It sees you, values you, and cherishes the privilege of your companionship. You deserve nothing less. 2. Constant criticism and blame. One of the most telling signs of a toxic relationship is relentless criticism and blame. It's not constructive feedback meant to help you grow. It's a constant barrage of negativity that chips away at your self-esteem. You hear phrases like, "You're always wrong," or "This is your fault." Over time, you start to internalize these words, doubting your worth and blaming yourself for problems that were never yours to solve. Stoic wisdom reminds us that our true value lies within, untouched by external opinions. As Epictetus said, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Yet, in a toxic relationship, the incessant criticism can make it feel impossible to hold on to this truth. Your partner's words can feel like a relentless storm, wearing down even the strongest walls of self-assurance. This cycle of blame often comes with your partner refusing to take accountability. When everything is always your fault, there's no room for mutual growth or understanding. Imagine trying to sail a ship where only one person is tasked with navigating, patching leaks, and rowing. It's bound to sink. To recognize this sign, pay attention to how you feel after interactions. Do you leave conversations feeling belittled or emotionally battered? Do you apologize even when you know deep down that you've done nothing wrong? Breaking this cycle requires the courage to see it for what it is, an imbalance of respect. The Stoics teach us to focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, our reactions, and ultimately our choices. When faced with constant criticism, remind yourself, my worth is not dictated by someone else's opinion. I am more than their words. Recognizing this is the first step toward reclaiming your self-esteem and your peace. 3. Lack of trust and constant suspicion. Trust is the cornerstone of any healthy relationship. Without it, love becomes a battlefield where suspicion and accusations reign. In a toxic relationship, you may find yourself constantly under scrutiny, your texts monitored, your whereabouts questioned, your actions second-guessed. The trust you hope to build feels like sand slipping through your fingers. Seneca wisely stated, "It is the power of the mind to be unconquerable." Yet, constant suspicion can make even the strongest minds waver. When your partner treats you like a suspect instead of a confidant, it creates an atmosphere of paranoia, not love. You begin to feel like you're walking through a minefield, afraid that one wrong step might spark another accusation. This lack of trust often has nothing to do with you, and everything to do with the insecurities of the other person. But their distrust becomes your burden, a weight you carry every day. Instead of focusing on growth and connection, you're trapped in a cycle of proving your innocence. To identify this, reflect on how often you feel the need to explain yourself. Are you defending harmless actions or tiptoeing around accusations that have no basis in reality? Trust, once broken, is difficult to rebuild, especially when suspicion becomes the default state of your relationship. The Stoics teach us that we must act in alignment with our values, regardless of others' doubts. If your actions are honest and your intentions pure, then you owe no one an endless justification. Ask yourself, am I living authentically, or am I conforming to avoid conflict? If the latter, it's time to acknowledge that this lack of trust is not yours to fix. As Marcus Aurelius advised, waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one. You deserve a relationship where trust flows naturally, not one where it is endlessly questioned. 4. Emotional manipulation or gaslighting. Few things are as damaging as emotional manipulation, particularly gaslighting. This tactic distorts your reality, leaving you doubting your perceptions and even your sanity. It begins subtly. That never happened, or you're overreacting. Over time, these remarks escalate, creating a warped reality where you question your own experiences. The Stoics emphasize the importance of reason and clarity. Epictetus taught, if someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. In the case of gaslighting, the manipulator's goal is to provoke self-doubt, robbing you of the mental clarity Stoicism values so deeply. Emotional manipulation can look like playing the victim, turning situations around to make you feel guilty for asserting your needs. It's when your partner uses your fears, vulnerabilities, or emotions against you, leaving you feeling powerless and unmoored. To recognize this sign, ask yourself, do I often feel confused or unsure about what really happened during an argument? Do I feel guilty for expressing emotions or boundaries? If so, you might be entangled in the web of manipulation. The way out begins with grounding yourself in truth. The Stoics remind us to rely on reason over emotion. Write down your experiences as they occur. Record what was said and how you felt. This journal becomes your anchor, a reminder that your reality is valid and not subject to someone else's distortion. Remember, manipulation thrives on control. By reclaiming your perception of events, you take the first step toward breaking free. As Seneca advised, no man is free who is not master of himself. Trust your reason, Hold on to your truth and recognize that no healthy relationship requires you to abandon your sense of self. 5. Excessive control. Control is not love. True love fosters freedom, encouraging each partner to grow as an individual while supporting the union. But in a toxic relationship, one partner often seizes control, dictating decisions about who you see, what you wear, how you spend your time, or even what you think. What may start as seemingly innocent concern, "I just want what's best for you," quickly becomes suffocating dominance. The Stoics remind us to distinguish between what is within our power and what is not. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Excessive control from a partner seeks to strip away that power, leaving you feeling dependent and powerless. Control can manifest in financial restrictions, emotional manipulation, or isolation. Your independence becomes a threat to their authority. You might hear things like, "Why do you need anyone else when you have me?" Or, "You can't do that, it's not safe." To identify this, reflect on how much autonomy you truly have. Are your decisions your own, or do they require approval? Do you feel compelled to act against your better judgment just to avoid conflict? Breaking free from control begins with reclaiming your autonomy. Set firm boundaries and assert them, even if it feels uncomfortable. The Stoics teach that true strength lies in self-governance. By choosing your own path, you reclaim the freedom that control seeks to suppress. As Epictetus said, "No one is free who is not master of himself." You have the right to make choices that align with your values, free from fear or coercion. A healthy relationship empowers both partners. It never seeks to dominate one. 6. Isolation from friends and family. A toxic relationship often isolates you from the very people who would help you recognize its harm. Your partner may discourage or outright prevent you from maintaining connections with friends and family, claiming they don't understand us or they're a bad influence. Over time, this isolation creates a dangerous dependency on the toxic partner. The Stoics understood the importance of a supportive community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man is made for cooperation." A loving relationship enhances your connections with others. It doesn't sever them. Isolation, however, fosters control, leaving you without external perspectives that could help you see the truth. This tactic can be subtle. It might start with guilt tripping. "Why do you need to go out? Am I not enough?" Or it can escalate to outright forbidding contact under the guise of protection or loyalty. As your world shrinks, you may feel increasingly alone, cut off from the people who once brought you joy and support. To identify this, consider how your social life has changed since the relationship began. Do you feel guilt or anxiety when spending time with loved ones? Are you avoiding people because it's easier than dealing with your partner's reactions? The path forward requires courage. Reconnect with your support network, even if it feels difficult at first. Share your experiences with those you trust and let them remind you of the person you were before isolation set in. The Stoics teach us to act in harmony with reason and virtue, and that includes maintaining the bonds that nurture our well-being. As Seneca advised, associate with those who will make a better man of you. Seek out relationships that uplift you, not ones that isolate you. True love expands your world. It never narrows it. 7. Disrespect for boundaries. Boundaries are the foundation of a healthy relationship. They protect your individuality and ensure mutual respect. In a toxic relationship, however, boundaries are not just ignored, they are outright disrespected. Your partner might invade your personal space, read private messages, or dismiss your right to say no. These actions send a clear message. Your autonomy is not valued. Stoicism teaches us the importance of personal sovereignty. As Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When someone continually disregards your boundaries, they undermine your freedom and sense of self. This erosion can leave you feeling helpless, as if your preferences and needs hold no weight. Disrespect for boundaries often manifests as entitlement. Your partner might say, "If you love me, you wouldn't hide things," or "I know what's best for you." This manipulation creates guilt, making you feel as though asserting your boundaries is selfish or unreasonable. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel uncomfortable setting limits with my partner? Are my boundaries dismissed, minimized, or met with anger? Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect, where no is honored without question. The path forward begins with clarity. Clearly define your boundaries and communicate them assertively. If they're met with resistance, recognize this as a red flag. The Stoics remind us that we cannot control others, only ourselves. Protect your boundaries with the resolve of someone who values their self-respect. As Marcus Aurelius advised, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. While tolerance has its place, it does not mean tolerating disrespect. Guard your boundaries fiercely. They are a reflection of your self-worth and an essential shield against toxicity. 8. Lack of support or empathy. In a thriving relationship, partners are each other's greatest supporters, celebrating victories and offering comfort during challenges. In a toxic relationship, however, empathy is absent and support feels conditional or non-existent. You may feel like your struggles are dismissed, your goals minimized, or your emotions invalidated. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of mutual understanding and compassion. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" A toxic partner, however, lacks this self-awareness and instead prioritizes their needs over yours. This lack of empathy can manifest in subtle ways. When you share your feelings, you might hear, "Why are you making such a big deal out of this?" Or, "You're always so dramatic." Over time, these dismissive responses make you feel invisible, as though your emotions are a burden rather than something to be embraced. To identify this, ask yourself, does my partner show genuine interest in my well-being? Do they listen without judgment? Or do they dismiss my feelings as unimportant? A lack of empathy creates a one-sided relationship where your needs are neglected. Rebuilding your confidence starts with acknowledging your inherent worth. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control, our actions and our responses. If your partner refuses to support you, redirect that energy inward. Build your resilience and seek empathy from those who truly value you. As Seneca advised, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor. If your partner's lack of empathy leaves you emotionally starved, it's a sign to seek abundance elsewhere, in relationships that nourish your spirit. 9. Feeling drained or insecure. A healthy relationship should leave you feeling uplifted and secure. If instead you feel emotionally drained or plagued with insecurity, it's a sign that something is deeply wrong. Toxic relationships are exhausting because they demand constant emotional labor without offering the reassurance or support you need. Stoicism teaches us to guard our peace of mind. Epictetus said, "No great thing is created suddenly," reminding us that true contentment takes time and effort. But if a relationship consistently erodes your sense of self, it's not building greatness, it's tearing it down. Feeling drained often comes from being caught in cycles of conflict, manipulation, or neglect. You might feel like you're giving everything without receiving anything in return. Insecurity can arise when your partner's actions make you question your worth, leaving you vulnerable to doubt and fear. To recognize this, reflect on how the relationship affects your well-being. Do you feel more confident and at peace, or does it seem like the relationship takes more than it gives? Pay attention to your energy levels and your internal dialogue. Both are key indicators of your emotional state. The way forward is to prioritize your well-being. Engage in practices that restore your energy, like meditation, journaling, or spending time with supportive people. As Marcus Aurelius advised, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Redirect your thoughts towards self-care and self-worth, and consider whether the relationship aligns with your values. Remember, a relationship should be a partnership, not a source of perpetual struggle. Protect your peace as fiercely as the Stoics protected their principles. 10. Physical or verbal abuse. Physical or verbal abuse is the clearest and most alarming sign of a toxic relationship. Any form of harm, be it physical violence, threats, or demeaning language, violates the fundamental respect every person deserves. Abuse is not a mistake or a misstep. It is a deliberate act of control and harm. The Stoics teach us to value our inherent dignity. Seneca wrote, "A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is." Abuse convinces you that you are unworthy of respect, trapping you in a cycle of fear and submission. But this is a lie, a distortion of your true value. Physical abuse often begins subtly, with minor incidents that escalate over time. Verbal abuse, too, can be insidious. Cutting remarks, insults disguised as jokes, or yelling that leaves you shaken. Both forms of abuse are designed to undermine your confidence and instill fear. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel safe in this relationship? Do I flinch at their words or actions? Safety, physical, emotional, and mental, is a non-negotiable right, not a privilege. The path forward requires courage. If you're experiencing abuse, prioritize your safety above all else. Seek help from trusted friends, family, or professional organizations. As Marcus Aurelius advised, do not be ashamed of needing help. You have a duty to fulfill the demands of your nature. Your nature demands safety, respect, and love. Abuse is never your fault, and staying in such a situation is not a Stoic act of endurance, it is self-harm. Choose your well-being. Choose to step away. Because, as the Stoics remind us, you cannot live a virtuous life if you are not free. Solutions and steps to take. Recognizing the signs of a toxic relationship is a brave and essential first step. However, awareness alone isn't enough. Purposeful action is required to reclaim your peace and happiness. As the Stoics teach, we must focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, choices, and responses. Here are practical steps to guide you toward liberation and healing. 1. Self-reflection. Start by taking an honest inventory of your relationship. Are you sacrificing your well-being for the sake of maintaining the bond? Write down your experiences, emotions, and patterns of behavior in the relationship. Seneca reminds us, you must know for which harbor you are headed if you are to catch the right wind. Clarity is the first step toward transformation. 2. Open communication. If it feels safe, express your concerns to your partner calmly and assertively. Use I statements to focus on your feelings without triggering defensiveness. For example, I feel hurt when my boundaries are ignored. However, remember Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. Waste no time arguing about what a good man should be one. If your concerns are met with dismissiveness or hostility, it may confirm the toxicity. 3. Seek support. Don't face this journey alone. Reach out to trusted friends, family, or a therapist for emotional and practical support. As Stoics valued the power of community, so should you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation." Sharing your struggles can bring clarity and strength. 4. Set boundaries. Clearly define what behaviors you will no longer tolerate. Communicate these boundaries firmly and enforce them consistently. Boundaries are not ultimatums, they are acts of self-respect. Epictetus advised, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly. Protect your values and sense of self by standing firm." 5. Consider exiting the relationship. If toxicity persists, prioritize your safety and explore the possibility of leaving. Prepare an exit plan if needed, especially in cases of abuse. Leaving is not failure, it is an act of courage and self-love. The Stoics believed in living in accordance with nature, and no one is meant to thrive in an environment of harm. Self-care. Tips for healing. Post-relationship, focus on rebuilding your confidence and resilience. Practice mindfulness to ground yourself in the present. Pursue hobbies or activities that bring joy and meaning. Remember, as Seneca taught, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. Use this experience as a stepping stone for growth. Toxic relationships challenge us, not just emotionally, but on a deeply personal level. They test our boundaries, self-esteem, and our ability to recognize what we truly deserve. But as the Stoics remind us, adversity can be a teacher. Marcus Aurelius said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Recognizing and addressing toxicity is not just an act of survival, it's an act of profound self-respect. Remember, every individual deserves a relationship built on mutual respect, trust, and love. The pain of acknowledging toxicity is temporary, but the growth and freedom it fosters are lasting. By taking purposeful action, whether through setting boundaries, seeking support, or leaving the relationship, you are choosing to honor your worth. Your journey toward healing may not be easy, but it will be transformative. As Epictetus taught, difficulties show what men are. Each step you take toward a healthier, happier future is a testament to your courage and strength. You are not defined by the toxicity you've endured, but by the steps you take to reclaim your peace. Choose yourself. Choose your happiness. Choose a life that aligns with the dignity and worth you inherently possess. The path forward is yours to walk, and it begins with one brave decision. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps more people discover this important message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can join us in exploring more wisdom that empowers and uplifts. And if you know someone who could benefit from this wisdom, share this video with them, because everyone deserves a relationship built on respect, trust, and love. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Here are the 10 spaces that shape a life of wisdom and purpose, especially for older people. From the sanctuary of a peaceful home to the awe of travel, these places nurture the soul and reflect the art of intentional living. They inspire connection, offer solace, and provide the perspective to navigate life's challenges with grace. Which of these spaces resonates with you? Share your thoughts in the comments, and if you found this video meaningful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with someone who might need this wisdom. Together, let's keep the conversation going. 1. The comfort of a peaceful home. A peaceful home isn't just a luxury, it's a sanctuary. It's the place where chaos finds its boundary and where order reigns supreme. For older people, this isn't merely about having nice furniture or spotless floors. It's about creating an environment that nurtures the soul. Stoicism teaches us that we cannot control the outside world, but we can control how we arrange our immediate surroundings. This principle resonates deeply when you walk into a home that feels like a gentle embrace, a space carefully curated to support a calm and reflective mind. Imagine coming home after a day filled with noise and demands. You step into your home and it greets you like an old friend. Everything is in its place, not because it has to be perfect, but because you've created a space where you can breathe. This isn't indulgence, it's discipline, the kind that Marcus Aurelius practiced when he set his thoughts in order through journaling. Your home becomes a physical manifestation of that effort. The clutter of life is inevitable, but when you commit to order within your four walls, you carve out a small realm of peace amidst the chaos. And in that peace, wisdom has room to grow. 2. A quiet corner for reflection. Every person should have a place where he or she can be alone with his or her thoughts. A quiet corner for reflection. Life is filled with distractions, but without moments of stillness, we lose sight of who we are and what truly matters. The Stoics knew this well. Marcus Aurelius, a man burdened with the weight of an empire, carved out time to reflect each day. If he could manage that, surely we can too. Picture a small sunlit nook in your home, perhaps with a comfortable chair and a journal. This isn't just a physical space, it's a mental sanctuary. Here, you can ask yourself the hard questions. What did I do well today? Where did I fall short? How can I improve tomorrow? It's not about judgment, it's about growth. Reflection helps you navigate life's complexities with grace and purpose. When you regularly pause to reflect, you cultivate resilience. You're less likely to be swept away by the turbulence of emotions or the chaos of the world. Instead, you become anchored in your values, guided by a clear sense of direction. In your quiet corner, you create not only peace, but the foundation for a wiser, more intentional life. 3. Nature's embrace. There's something profoundly healing about nature. The Stoics taught us to align ourselves with it, to see it as both a teacher and a source of solace. Older people often find themselves drawn to natural settings, gardens, forests, or beaches, not just for their beauty, but for the clarity and perspective they offer. Consider the simple act of walking through a forest. The trees stand tall, unwavering in their purpose. They don't complain about the wind or the rain, they simply adapt. As you walk among them, you're reminded that life's challenges are not obstacles, but opportunities for growth. This is Stoic wisdom in action. Accept what you cannot change and focus on what you can. Nature also teaches impermanence. The seasons change, flowers bloom and fade, and yet life continues. This can be a comfort as we age, a reminder that while time passes, there is beauty and meaning in every stage. Whether you're tending a garden or simply sitting by a river, nature has a way of quieting the mind and restoring the spirit. It reconnects you to something greater, reminding you of your place in the grand tapestry of existence. 4. A space for meaningful relationships. As we grow older, we begin to value quality over quantity in our relationships. Stoicism emphasizes this as well. It's not about how many people you know, but about the depth and virtue of those connections. Older people often crave spaces where they can nurture these relationships, places to share a meal, a laugh, or a heartfelt conversation. Think about a warm kitchen table, the kind where stories are told and bonds are strengthened. These moments don't happen by accident. They require effort and intention. Seneca once said, "Associate with people who are likely to improve you." This doesn't mean cutting ties with everyone who challenges you, but rather surrounding yourself with those who inspire you to be better. Meaningful relationships are reciprocal. They require kindness, patience, and a willingness to listen. And when these relationships are nurtured in a thoughtful space, be it a cozy living room or a park bench, they become a source of joy and resilience. Such connections remind us that, even in solitude, we're never truly alone. The love and wisdom we share with others become a legacy that outlives us. 5. Libraries or places of learning. Wisdom is a lifelong pursuit. Older people often find themselves drawn to libraries or other places of learning, not because they lack knowledge, but because they've discovered the joy of continuous growth. This echoes the Stoic belief that education never ends. Epictetus taught that we should always be students, open to new ideas and perspectives. Imagine the quiet hum of a library. He or shelves filled with books hold the insights of generations, waiting to be uncovered. For some, this is a space to revisit old classics. For others, it's a chance to explore new fields. It's not just about acquiring knowledge, it's about feeding the mind and nourishing the soul. Learning also helps us navigate the uncertainties of life. When you immerse yourself in philosophy, history, or science, you gain tools to approach challenges with wisdom and calm. A person who commits to learning not only enriches his or her own life, but also sets an example for those around his or her. He or she shows that it's never too late to grow, adapt, and find meaning in the pursuit of knowledge. 6. A nurturing sanctuary for the body. Our bodies are vessels through which we experience the world, and as we age, nurturing them becomes not just a necessity, but a mindful practice. Older people often gravitate to spaces like yoga studios, gyms, or even quiet rooms for stretching and meditation. The Stoics, though often associated with the mind, understood the importance of caring for the body as well. After all, physical health supports mental clarity and resilience. Think about how a simple yoga session can shift your entire mood. The act of stretching and breathing not only strengthens the body, but also calms the mind. Stoic philosopher Epictetus emphasized the importance of discipline in daily habits, including how we treat our physical selves. This isn't about vanity, it's about maintaining strength and energy to engage with life fully. Creating a sanctuary for your body doesn't require luxury. It can be as simple as a small mat in your home or a favorite walking path. What matters is the intention behind it. Caring for your body is an act of gratitude. It's a recognition of the gift it is and a commitment to keep it well tuned for the challenges and joys of life. 7. A sacred place of legacy. As the years pass, many people begin to reflect on their legacy, what they will leave behind for those they love and the world they've touched. Stoicism reminds us that true immortality lies in the impact of our actions and the lives we've influenced. Cemeteries, family homes, or even gardens planted for future generations become sacred places for older people, where they connect with the idea of permanence through legacy. Imagine standing in a garden you've nurtured for years. Each flower, tree, and blade of grass represents the care and patience you've poured into it. This is a metaphor for the relationships, values, and lessons you've cultivated over your life. The Stoics often spoke of planting seeds, both literally and metaphorically, that will grow long after we're gone. Legacy is not about grand gestures. It's about the small, consistent acts of kindness, wisdom, and love that shape the lives of others. By nurturing these spaces, older people create a lasting connection to the world, a reminder that their presence has meaning far beyond the years they walk upon the earth. 8. Places of worship or spiritual reflection. For many older people, spiritual spaces, whether temples, churches, or quiet natural spots, hold profound meaning. These are places where they connect with something greater than themselves, seeking guidance, gratitude, and peace. Stoicism, though not a religion, aligns with this longing for transcendence. It encourages us to recognize our small yet meaningful place in the universe. Picture entering a quiet cathedral or sitting on a mountaintop at dawn. The stillness reminds you of how vast the world is, and yet, within that vastness, you matter. The Stoics believed in the logos, or the rational order of the universe, and that aligning oneself with it brings a sense of harmony. Spiritual spaces offer this alignment, a chance to step outside daily concerns and reflect on life's deeper truths. In these moments, you're reminded of the beauty of surrender. Some things are beyond your control, and that's okay. By frequenting spaces of spiritual reflection, older people ground themselves in gratitude and humility, finding peace in the interconnectedness of all things. 9. Community hubs or social gatherings. Connection is essential, and older people often seek out community hubs, book clubs, senior centres, or local cafes, where they can share their stories and hear the stories of others. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of relationships grounded in virtue and mutual respect. These gatherings become opportunities to practice empathy, kindness, and understanding. Think of a lively book club discussion or a quiet coffee shared with a friend. These moments are not trivial, they're profound. They remind us that we're part of something larger, that our experiences, joys, and struggles are mirrored in others. As Seneca wrote, "One hand while he or she's the other." Community enriches our lives, offering support and shared wisdom. Older people find immense joy in these spaces, not just as participants, but as contributors. They share their knowledge, mentor others, and listen deeply. By fostering these connections, they build a network of support and love that sustains them and those around them. These hubs become reminders of the Stoic principle that we are all interconnected and have a responsibility to one another. 10. Travel destinations that inspire awe. As life progresses, the yearning to explore doesn't fade, it deepens. Older people often seek travel destinations that inspire awe, whether it's ancient ruins, towering mountains, or bustling cultural hubs. The Stoics valued travel not as an escape, but as a way to expand the mind and deepen one's understanding of the world. Imagine standing before the Colosseum in Rome or watching the sunrise over the Grand Canyon. These moments take your breath away, not because they're extraordinary, but because they remind you of the grandeur of existence. Stoicism teaches us to embrace this sense of awe, recognizing that we're part of a vast, intricate universe. Travel also teaches humility. You encounter different perspectives, cultures, and ways of living, which challenge your assumptions and broaden your empathy. Older people often find these journeys transformative, returning home with a renewed sense of purpose and wonder. By seeking out these places, they embody the Stoic ideal of living fully, engaging with the world, appreciating its beauty, and learning from its diversity.
Have you ever found yourself drained after a conversation, wondering how to shield yourself from the negativity that seems to cling to you? In a world where toxic interactions can sap our energy and dampen our spirits, the ability to rise above these challenges is crucial. Imagine if you could navigate these turbulent waters with grace and resilience, transforming every negative encounter into an opportunity for growth. This journey begins with understanding and mastering the principles that fortify our mental and emotional well-being. Join us as we explore powerful strategies, from self-care practices to emotional stability, that empower us to not just survive, but thrive amidst life's adversities. Self-care practices. Engaging in self-care activities such as exercise, hobbies, and spending time with loved ones replenishes our energy and resilience, making it easier to cope with toxic interactions. Prioritizing self-care enables us to maintain our well-being amidst challenging circumstances. One notable example of the importance of self-care comes from former First Lady Michelle Obama. Throughout her time in the White House, Michelle Obama faced immense pressures and public scrutiny. Despite the challenges, she consistently emphasized the importance of self-care. She regularly engaged in exercise, notably her early morning workouts, and promoted healthy eating through her Let's Move campaign. Michelle also prioritized spending quality time with her family, which she described as her source of strength and stability. By focusing on self-care, Michelle Obama not only maintained her own well-being, but also set a powerful example for others. Her approach highlighted that even in the most demanding roles, taking time for oneself is essential for long-term resilience and effectiveness. This dedication to self-care allowed her to navigate the complexities of public life with grace and resilience, demonstrating that nurturing one's physical and emotional health is crucial in facing and overcoming toxic interactions. Incorporating self-care into our daily routines, much like Michelle Obama, helps build the resilience needed to handle life's challenges, whether it's through exercise, hobbies, or spending time with loved ones. These practices renew our energy and strengthen our ability to cope with difficult situations, ultimately leading to a more balanced and fulfilling life. Empathy and understanding. Practicing empathy allows us to understand the perspectives and emotions of others, even toxic individuals. By empathizing with their struggles, we can respond with compassion rather than reacting defensively, which can sometimes diffuse tense situations. A well-known example of empathy in action is the approach taken by Nelson Mandela during his presidency in South Africa. After spending 27 years in prison under the apartheid regime, Mandela emerged with a spirit of forgiveness and understanding. Instead of seeking retribution, he chose to empathize with his former oppressors, understanding their fears and concerns. Mandela's empathy facilitated peaceful negotiations and the establishment of a multiracial democracy. His ability to see the humanity in others, even those who had wronged him, exemplifies how empathy can transform hostile interactions into opportunities for reconciliation and healing. Seeking support. Accepting help from friends, family, or professionals strengthens resilience and fosters growth. Different perspectives offer valuable insights and solutions to overcome challenges. One prominent example is Oprah Winfrey, who has openly discussed her difficult childhood and the support she received from mentors and friends throughout her life. Oprah's willingness to seek and accept support allowed her to navigate numerous personal and professional challenges. Her story underscores the importance of a support network in building resilience and achieving success. Oprah's journey from a troubled youth to a media mogul highlights how seeking support can provide the necessary strength to overcome adversity. Solution-oriented approach. Focusing on practical solutions rather than dwelling on problems promotes resilience and creativity. Adaptability and cooperation are vital in finding effective solutions. Elon Musk exemplifies a solution-oriented approach through his work with SpaceX. Faced with numerous technical and financial challenges, Musk and his team focused on finding innovative solutions rather than getting bogged down by the problems. This mindset led to the successful development of reusable rockets, significantly reducing the cost of space travel. Musk's ability to stay solution-focused has driven advancements in technology and space exploration, demonstrating the power of a practical, forward-thinking approach. Detection of false cordiality. Recognizing signs like body language, tone of voice, consistency of behavior, and trusting intuition can protect against manipulations and foster authentic connections. Princess Diana was adept at detecting false cordiality within the British royal circles and the media. Despite the outward appearances of friendliness, Diana often faced manipulation and deceit. Her intuition and ability to read nonverbal cues helped her navigate these challenges, allowing her to form genuine connections with those who truly supported her. Diana's experiences highlight the importance of being attuned to subtle signals and trusting one's instincts to avoid manipulation. Cognitive restructuring. Cognitive restructuring involves challenging and reframing negative thoughts and beliefs that contribute to stress and anxiety. By identifying and replacing irrational or distorted thinking patterns, we can develop a more positive and resilient mindset. reducing the impact of toxic people on our mental health. Cognitive restructuring played a significant role in the recovery of J.K. Rowling, the author of the Harry Potter series, from her struggles with depression. By challenging her negative thoughts and focusing on her writing, she transformed her mindset and overcame her mental health challenges. Rowling's journey from a single mother on welfare to a best-selling author demonstrates how altering our thought patterns can lead to remarkable personal and professional achievements. Focus on goals. Emotional intelligence helps maintain focus on objectives despite challenges or distractions. Self-awareness and empathy enable navigating through obstacles while keeping goals in sight. Steve Jobs, the co-founder of Apple, is a prime example of someone who maintained focus on his goals despite numerous setbacks. Jobs' emotional intelligence allowed him to understand and motivate his team, while keeping his vision for Apple clear. His resilience and unwavering focus on innovation led to the creation of groundbreaking products like the iPhone and the iPad, solidifying Apple's position as a leader in technology. Control of negative self-talk. Transforming internal criticism into positive self-image requires reframing thoughts, practicing mindfulness, expressing gratitude, and offering self-compassion. Serena Williams, one of the greatest tennis players of all time, has spoken openly about the importance of positive self-talk in her career. Williams uses affirmations and mindfulness practices to manage her thoughts and maintain a positive self-image, which has been crucial to her success on and off the court. Her ability to control negative self-talk and cultivate a strong, positive mindset has been a key factor in her enduring athletic dominance. Avoiding unnecessary arguments, concentrating on similarities, knowing when to withdraw, and replacing statements with questions help diffuse tensions and maintain peaceful interactions. The diplomatic skills of former President Jimmy Carter are a testament to the effectiveness of avoiding unnecessary arguments. Carter's approach to international diplomacy often involved finding common ground and knowing when to step back to avoid escalating conflicts. His efforts in brokering peace deals, such as the Camp David Accords between Egypt and Israel, illustrate how focusing on similarities and strategic withdrawal can lead to peaceful resolutions. Energy intelligence. Managing personal energy influences not only oneself, but also others. Practices like meditation and mindful eating positively impact mental and physical well-being. Arianna Huffington, founder of the Huffington Post, advocates for energy intelligence through practices like sufficient sleep, meditation, and mindful eating. After experiencing a collapse due to exhaustion, Huffington transformed her approach to work and well-being, emphasizing the importance of managing personal energy. Her advocacy has inspired many to prioritize their health and well-being to achieve greater productivity and fulfillment. Setting boundaries. Boundaries protect personal space and foster healthier relationships. Communicating openly about boundaries promotes mutual respect and understanding. Brené Brown, a research professor and author, is a strong proponent of setting boundaries. Brown emphasizes that setting clear boundaries is essential for cultivating empathy, compassion, and healthy relationships. Her research and personal experiences underscore the importance of communicating our limits and expectations to ensure mutual respect and understanding in all interactions. Assertive communication. Assertiveness involves expressing our needs, opinions, and boundaries clearly and respectfully. By practicing assertive communication, we can address toxic behavior directly and assert our boundaries without escalating conflicts. Malala Yousafzai, the youngest Nobel Prize laureate, exemplifies assertive communication. Despite facing life-threatening danger from the Taliban, Malala continued to advocate for girls' education in Pakistan with clarity and conviction. Her assertive communication has brought global attention to the importance of education and the rights of women, demonstrating the power of clear, respectful expression in effecting change. Forgiveness and memory. Forgiveness is about carving beauty from pain, while memory guides us to learn from past experiences without dwelling on them. Resilience grows from understanding and appreciating both. Desmond Tutu, a key figure in South Africa's anti-apartheid movement, is renowned for his emphasis on forgiveness and reconciliation. As chairman of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Tutu advocated for forgiveness as a means to heal the nation. His belief in the power of forgiveness, coupled with a commitment to remembering past injustices to prevent their recurrence, exemplifies how forgiveness and memory can work together to foster resilience and growth. Emotional stability. Maintaining calmness and balance amidst toxic people requires mindfulness and stress management. Cultivating awareness of emotions helps develop mental resilience. The practices of the Dalai Lama provide an excellent example of maintaining emotional stability. Despite being in exile and facing political challenges, the Dalai Lama consistently practices mindfulness and stress management techniques. His ability to maintain emotional balance through meditation and a deep understanding of his emotions has allowed him to lead with compassion and resilience, serving as an inspiration to many around the world. As we navigate the complexities of our interactions and the challenges they bring, it's clear that resilience and emotional intelligence are our greatest allies. By engaging in self-care, practicing empathy, seeking support, and maintaining focus on our goals, we can build a robust foundation to withstand toxic influences. Embracing cognitive restructuring, managing our energy, and setting clear boundaries enable us to handle adversity with grace. Through assertive communication, forgiveness, and emotional stability, we transform potential conflicts into opportunities for growth and connection. Remember, the power to thrive amidst life's challenges lies within us. By cultivating these practices, we not only protect our well-being, but also inspire those around us to do the same. Together, we can foster a more compassionate, understanding, and resilient world.
Here are 10 powerful ways to recognize envy and falsehood in others, because not everyone cheering for you is truly on your side. Think about this. Have you ever shared a personal win, only to notice someone's smile fade, their tone shift, or hear a subtle dig disguised as advice? Envy doesn't always show up in obvious ways. It hides in small, calculated behaviors. And spotting falsehood can be even trickier. It often lurks behind exaggerated praise, unwarranted criticism, or suspicious silence. If you felt the sting of insincere support or sensed someone secretly competing with you, this video will give you the clarity to identify these patterns and protect your peace. We're diving deep into real-life examples, actionable insights, and the psychology behind envy and falsehood. By the end of this video, you'll not only recognize these subtle signs, but also know how to respond with confidence and grace. Let's uncover the truth together and strengthen your relationships while staying true to your path. 1. Subtle criticism, disguised as advice. I once shared my excitement about launching a new project with a colleague. Instead of offering encouragement, they said, "That's ambitious, but are you sure you can handle it? It might be too much for someone with your experience." At first, I brushed it off as concern, but over time I realized this wasn't an isolated incident. Each time I brought up a new idea or accomplishment, they had a similar reaction, couching doubt as advice. Subtle criticism disguised as advice often comes from people who feel threatened by your progress. Instead of directly putting you down, they cloak their envy in seemingly well-meaning suggestions. For instance, imagine telling a friend about your goal to start a fitness routine. Instead of cheering you on, they might say, "That's great, but don't get your hopes up. It's really hard to stick to a plan." This type of comment plants seeds of self-doubt while appearing supportive. These behaviors can also show up in personal relationships. A friend of mine shared how, when she was planning her wedding, her cousin constantly offered advice that undermined her choices. Comments like, "Those flowers are nice, but wouldn't something simpler suit you better?" made her second-guess decisions she'd been happy with before. The key to recognizing this subtle envy is to look for patterns. Does the person habitually cast doubt on your ideas or achievements under the guise of helping? Genuine advice is constructive and uplifting, even when it points out challenges. In contrast, envious remarks often leave you feeling deflated or uncertain. Recognizing this behavior helps you build resilience. Learn to trust your instincts and differentiate between genuine support and masked negativity. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your growth instead of subtly questioning it. 2. Downplaying your achievements. When I landed my first significant promotion, I was ecstatic and shared the news with a group of friends. Most were thrilled for me, but one friend responded with, "Oh, promotions are nice, but it's not like you're running the company." The comment stung. It wasn't outright negative, but it clearly aimed to minimize my success. People who downplay your achievements often feel threatened by your progress. Instead of celebrating with you, they shift the focus away from your success or frame it as less impressive. For example, if you've just completed a marathon, they might say, "A lot of people do marathons these days. It's not that rare anymore." These remarks often reflect their internal struggle with feelings of inadequacy or envy. Another instance came from a relative of mine. When I told her I had started a YouTube channel and was gaining subscribers, she replied, "You know, anyone can start a YouTube channel these days. The real challenge is making money from it." While technically true, her comment didn't acknowledge my accomplishment. It was a subtle way of bringing me down. This behavior also appears in workplace dynamics. A colleague might say, "That's a good idea, but isn't it just a variation of something we've done before?" Or, "Congrats on the award, but didn't the whole team contribute?" These remarks diminish your effort and success, leaving you questioning the validity of your achievements. The best way to handle this is to recognize that their reaction is about them, not you. Stay proud of your accomplishments, regardless of others' attempts to downplay them. Share your wins with people who genuinely appreciate and encourage your growth. And remember that your achievements are valid, no matter how others try to frame them. 3. Excessive flattery. I once worked with someone who always seemed overly complimentary. Every time I completed even the smallest task, they would say things like, "Wow, you're absolutely brilliant. I don't know how you do it." At first, it felt great. Who doesn't enjoy praise? But over time, the exaggeration felt insincere and even manipulative. Excessive flattery can be a tool for envious individuals to mask their true feelings or intentions. They might use it to gain your trust or deflect suspicion about their envy. For example, a friend might gush over how perfect your relationship is, saying, "You two are the ideal couple. I wish I had what you have," while simultaneously criticizing your partner behind your back. Their flattery becomes a cover for their underlying resentment. In professional settings, this behavior can be even more calculated. A colleague may overpraise your ideas during meetings. This is revolutionary. You're a genius. Only to later subtly sabotage your efforts by withholding information or spreading doubt about your capabilities. Their goal is to inflate your confidence temporarily while keeping you off balance. Excessive flattery often lacks specificity. Genuine compliments focus on particular actions or qualities, such as, "Your presentation was so engaging, especially how you broke down the complex data." In contrast, insincere praise is vague and overgeneralized, like, "You're just amazing at everything." To handle this, pay attention to patterns and consistency. Are their actions aligned with their words, or do they behave differently when you're not around? Balance is key. While genuine praise is uplifting, over-the-top flattery often signals hidden motives. Surround yourself with people who provide honest, balanced feedback, and trust your instincts when something feels off. True supporters uplift you without resorting to extremes. 4. Withholding praise. A few years ago, I completed a challenging project at work. It required long hours, creative problem-solving, and significant collaboration. When it was finished, I received praise from my manager and most of my team, but one colleague said nothing. No acknowledgement, no good job, just silence. I noticed this wasn't the first time they had failed to recognize my efforts, even though they freely praised others. Withholding praise is a subtle sign of envy. Instead of celebrating your success, envious people remain silent, often to avoid giving you the validation you've earned. For example, when you share exciting news, such as getting a promotion or buying your first home, they might respond with indifference or quickly change the subject, refusing to engage with your accomplishment. I've also seen this dynamic play out in friendships. A friend of mine, who had recently started a fitness journey, shared her progress on social media. She had lost 10 kilograms and was feeling healthier than ever. While most of her friends congratulated her, one remained conspicuously silent. Later, this person privately dismissed her success, saying, "It's easy to lose weight when you have free time. Not everyone can do that." Instead of celebrating her effort, they downplayed it and withheld any form of encouragement. In professional environments, withholding praise can be a form of passive competition. A colleague may avoid recognizing your contributions in meetings, even when your work directly benefits them. This silence often stems from insecurity. They believe acknowledging your achievements diminishes their own. The best way to handle this behavior is to recognize it for what it is, a reflection of their struggles, not your worth. Don't let their silence overshadow your accomplishments. Celebrate your wins and focus on relationships with people who genuinely support and uplift you. 5. Spreading gossip. A few years ago, I worked on a high-stakes project where I was chosen as the team lead. Shortly after the announcement, I started hearing whispers about how I got the role. "I heard they're just lucky," someone said, while another suggested I must have had inside connections. These rumors weren't just false. They were designed to undermine my credibility and create doubt about my abilities. Spreading gossip is a classic behavior of envious individuals. Unable to celebrate your success, they try to tarnish your reputation through rumors or exaggerated stories. For instance, if you get a promotion, they might tell others, "I'm not sure they deserved it. I heard the manager just likes them personally." Their goal is to shift attention away from your hard work and sow seeds of doubt among others. I've also seen this happen in social settings. A friend of mine started a thriving side business, which quickly gained recognition. Instead of celebrating her success, an acquaintance began spreading rumors like, "She must have had financial help from her family. There's no way she built that on her own." Such gossip undermined her credibility and subtly discouraged others from supporting her business. The workplace is another hotspot for gossip. When you excel, envious colleagues may spread misinformation, such as claiming your success is due to favoritism or implying you cut corners. This not only affects your confidence, but can also damage relationships with others who hear and believe the gossip. The best way to handle gossip is to confront it with professionalism and transparency. Focus on maintaining a strong track record and building trust with those who matter. Avoid engaging in the same behavior and surround yourself with people who value truth and integrity. Over time, your consistent actions will outweigh baseless rumors. 6. Unwarranted competition. During my early career, I worked alongside a colleague who seemed determined to turn everything into a competition. If I shared a small win, like successfully closing a deal, they would immediately counter with, "Oh, I closed 3 deals this week." It wasn't just about sharing their accomplishments, it was about overshadowing mine. Whether it was work-related achievements, fitness goals, or even personal hobbies, they always seemed to frame my success as less significant than theirs. Unwarranted competition is a hallmark of envy. Instead of celebrating your achievements, envious individuals try to one-up you to validate their own worth. For instance, if you mention completing a 10K run, they might reply, "That's great, but I've done a half marathon," even if the conversation wasn't about comparisons. Their competitiveness often feels unnecessary and exhausting. This behavior isn't confined to professional settings. In friendships, I've seen someone compete over parenting milestones. A friend shared how proud she was of her toddler learning to walk, only to hear another parent respond, "That's nice, but my child was walking at 9 months." It wasn't about support. It was about claiming superiority. Unwarranted competition can also manifest as subtle rivalry. For example, a colleague might intentionally take on similar projects to outperform you or replicate your ideas to claim credit. Their focus isn't on collaboration or mutual growth, but on proving they're better. The best way to address unwarranted competition is to set boundaries. Recognize that their behavior stems from insecurity and is not a reflection of your value. Avoid engaging in their competitive dynamic and instead stay focused on your own progress. Celebrate your achievements without seeking validation from those who constantly compare themselves to you. True success lies in collaboration, not rivalry. 7. Feigning support. I once shared an ambitious goal with a friend to run a 21K marathon after years of not training. At first, they seemed supportive, saying things like, "That's a great goal, you've got this." But over time, their true feelings started to show in subtle ways. They'd say, "Don't push yourself too hard, you don't want to get injured," or, "Honestly, I don't think you'll have time to prepare with your schedule." Their words sounded caring, but they left me feeling more discouraged than motivated. Feigning support is a deceptive form of envy. The person appears to encourage you outwardly, but undermines you with subtle doubt or negativity. For example, if you're starting a new business, they might say, "That's such an exciting idea. But have you thought about how hard it is to succeed in that industry?" Most people fail. While the surface comment seems helpful, their intention is to shake your confidence. In workplace settings, this behavior can be even more damaging. A colleague may initially back your project saying, "I think it's a solid idea," but then subtly criticize it to others or fail to provide the promised support. This creates roadblocks for you while allowing them to maintain the appearance of being helpful. In personal relationships, this dynamic can be draining. A family member might encourage you to pursue a dream like going back to school, but consistently point out obstacles. It's wonderful that you want to study, but won't it be hard to juggle everything with kids? The best way to handle feigned support is to trust your instincts. If their support leaves you feeling less capable, it's likely not genuine. Surround yourself with people whose encouragement uplifts you and fuels your motivation. Genuine supporters inspire confidence, not doubt. 8. Mood swings around your success. I remember a time when I shared some exciting news with a close acquaintance. I had just landed a dream job. At first, they seemed happy, congratulating me with a smile. But as the conversation continued, their demeanor shifted. They became quieter, less enthusiastic, and even a little distant. It was as though my success had triggered something in them, and they could no longer maintain their initial excitement. Mood swings around your success are a subtle yet telling sign of envy. While they may start with a cheerful facade, their true feelings often surface as discomfort, irritation, or withdrawal. For example, when you announce you've bought a new home, they might initially say, "That's amazing," but then quickly change the subject or seem disinterested in the details. Their reaction isn't about you, it's about their struggle to process your achievement. This behavior is also common in professional environments. A colleague might praise your promotion in a team meeting, but later avoid you or seem resentful during one-on-one interactions. Their mood shift reveals they're in a conflict. They want to appear supportive, but feel threatened or jealous deep down. In friendships, this can manifest when someone reacts positively to your personal milestones, like getting engaged or starting a new venture, but soon after becomes distant or starts highlighting their own struggles, as if to regain attention. The key to handling this is to maintain perspective. Their reaction is about their internal struggles, not your worth. While it's natural to want genuine support, not everyone can provide it. Surround yourself with people who can celebrate your success wholeheartedly. At the same time, practice empathy. Sometimes their discomfort reflects their own feelings of inadequacy, and your success might inspire them later. Stay focused on your path, regardless of their fluctuating emotions. 9. Mirroring behavior. When I started a new fitness routine a few years ago, I noticed a curious pattern with a friend. After I began sharing my progress, new exercises, goals, and achievements, they suddenly started doing the exact same things. They'd join the same gym, post similar updates, and even copy the specific workout programs I was following. At first I thought it was a coincidence or that I had inspired them, but over time it felt less like admiration and more like competition. Mirroring behavior is a subtle sign of envy, where someone imitates your actions, achievements, or style in an attempt to match or surpass you. While imitation is sometimes flattering, in this context, it often feels forced or disingenuous. For example, if you launch a creative project like a blog or YouTube channel, they might suddenly create a similar one. Instead of supporting your journey, they're trying to replicate it, often to compete or draw attention to themselves. I've seen this happen professionally too. When I pitched a new idea at work, a colleague soon presented a nearly identical concept as their own, tweaking it just enough to make it seem original. Their mirroring wasn't about collaboration, it was about claiming recognition. In personal relationships, it can be even more pronounced. A friend might start dressing similarly, adopting your hobbies, or mimicking your lifestyle choices. While they may claim it's because they admire you, the underlying intention often involves competing for validation or attention. To handle this, maintain confidence in your unique path. Remember, their attempts to replicate you are a sign of their admiration mixed with insecurity. Avoid letting their behavior affect your self-esteem or progress. Authenticity always outshines imitation, and staying true to yourself will keep you ahead of the curve. 10. Exaggerated complaints about fairness. I once worked with a colleague who constantly complained about fairness, especially when someone else was recognized for their efforts. When I received an award for a project, they made comments like, "It's nice you got that. But, let's be honest, it's probably just because you're closer to the manager." Instead of acknowledging the work I had put in, they framed my success as the result of favoritism or luck. Exaggerated complaints about fairness are a classic sign of envy. People with this mindset often attribute others' achievements to external factors, rather than recognizing their effort or skill. For instance, if you get a promotion, they might say, "Well, it's only because they needed to fill a quota," or "That's just because you've been here longer, not because you're the best at the job." In social settings, this behavior can appear as subtle digs. If you share news of a personal milestone, like buying a car or taking a dream vacation, they might respond with, "Must be nice to have that kind of money. Some of us don't get those breaks." These comments are designed to downplay your hard work and position themselves as victims of an unfair system. This behavior can also emerge in group dynamics. For example, someone may feel entitled to recognition in team projects, claiming, "I did just as much work as they did, but I didn't get any credit." While fairness is important, envious individuals often exaggerate or misinterpret situations to justify their frustration. The best way to handle these complaints is to stay grounded in your truth. Don't feel pressured to justify your achievements. Instead, focus on your effort and results, and surround yourself with people who understand and appreciate the value of hard work. Their exaggerated complaints are a reflection of their insecurity, not your success. Recognizing envy and falsehood in others is a vital skill for protecting your peace and maintaining healthy relationships. By understanding these 10 signs, you're now equipped to navigate these challenges with clarity and confidence. Remember, the behavior of others reflects their struggles, not your worth. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel for more insights on personal growth and relationships. I'd love to hear from you. What signs of envy or falsehood have you encountered in your life? How did you handle them? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Your stories might just inspire someone else. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Have you ever looked around and felt like everyone was playing a part? I know I have. People wear masks every day, pretending to be someone they're not. And for the longest time, I struggled to see through it all. But once I learned to really pay attention to the subtle signs, the unguarded moments, the things people say when they think no one's watching, it felt like unlocking a hidden superpower. I could finally see people for who they truly are, not who they want to appear to be. These insights transformed my relationships, giving me a deeper, more authentic understanding of everyone around me. Here are 9 powerful ways I learned to read people without them even knowing, and I promise, Once you see these signs, you'll never look at people the same way again. 1. Watch how they treat people in lesser positions. I once had a work friend who seemed like the nicest person in the world, always kind, funny and respectful. We clicked right away, and I thought I had a great ally in the office. One day we went to lunch together and I saw a completely different side of him. The moment we sat down, he snapped his fingers to get the waiter's attention and barked his order without even looking up. He was short, dismissive, and treated the staff as if they were beneath him. I felt uncomfortable, but I also felt like I had learned something important. In that moment, I realized that true character is shown not by how someone treats those on their level or higher, but by how they treat those they consider beneath them. This realization has stayed with me ever since. The way people treat waitstaff, janitors, or anyone in a lesser position can be a crystal clear reflection of their character. It's easy to be kind and polite when you're dealing with someone you want to impress. But when there's no incentive, no one to impress, and no social reward for kindness, people's true colors often show. Stoicism encourages us to observe these small, telling moments without judgment, helping us understand the person behind the facade. Over the years, I've come to view these interactions as a powerful test of character. If someone is consistently respectful to everyone they meet, regardless of status, I know they're genuine. They value others for their humanity, not their position. But if they're dismissive, condescending or rude to those they consider beneath them, it's a red flag. This behavior tells me they only put on a pleasant front when it benefits them. It's calculating, not genuine. I now pay close attention to these signs in my relationships and interactions, and they've saved me from disappointment many times. If someone treats the cashier, the janitor, or the waiter with respect, that's someone I feel comfortable investing my time and energy in. Conversely, if they're dismissive, rude, or entitled, I take it as a warning. In a way, this observation has become my own silent test for authenticity. It's a small but significant detail that reveals the truth about who people really are, a truth they may not even realize they're showing. 2. Body language. During moments of vulnerability. I once had a friend who was always the epitome of confidence. No matter the situation, he seemed unshakable. But one day, during a tough conversation, I noticed subtle shifts in his body language that revealed something deeper. He crossed his arms tightly across his chest, avoided eye contact, and tapped his fingers on the table. I realized that he was feeling exposed and vulnerable, and his body language betrayed the nerves he was working so hard to hide. Observing these moments has taught me how much people's bodies can reveal, especially when they're feeling uncomfortable or insecure. We're all wired to respond physically to stress, and our bodies often betray us in these vulnerable moments. Stoicism teaches us to observe these signs with calm curiosity, avoiding judgment, and instead seeking to understand what might be going on beneath the surface. This insight has helped me connect with others on a deeper level, seeing beyond their words and paying attention to what their bodies are really saying. When I see someone fidgeting, crossing their arms, or avoiding eye contact, I take it as a cue to approach the conversation more gently, acknowledging the discomfort they may be experiencing. It's a way to build trust, showing them that I'm not here to judge, but to listen. And I've noticed it in myself too. If I find myself crossing my arms or tapping my foot, it's a signal that I'm feeling uneasy, even if I'm not consciously aware of it. This awareness has become a powerful tool for understanding myself and others more deeply, allowing me to respond to people's needs with empathy rather than assumptions. Body language is a fascinating window into our unspoken emotions, and paying attention to it has changed the way I communicate. By recognizing these small cues, I'm able to see beyond what people are saying, understanding what they're truly feeling. It's a skill that brings clarity to my relationships, helping me connect with others in a more genuine and empathetic way. 3. Their past is the key to their present. I had a friend who seemed incredibly defensive, often reacting strongly to situations that didn't seem to warrant such intensity. For the longest time, I thought that was just who he was. But as I got to know him, he started sharing parts of his past, stories of betrayal, abandonment, and difficult relationships. Suddenly, his behaviors made perfect sense. Stoicism teaches us to approach others with understanding, looking at them objectively rather than jumping to conclusions. In this case, it allowed me to see my friend's defensiveness as a protective response, a shield he'd built over years of hardship. It made me realize that people's reactions are often influenced by experiences we may not even know about. Someone who's overly cautious or closed off in relationships might be carrying the weight of past betrayals. A person who overreacts to criticism could be reliving the insecurity they felt from being judged harshly as a child. Understanding that people are shaped by their past helps us approach them with more empathy. Instead of taking their behavior personally or assuming it's just who they are, we can consider the unseen experiences that may be influencing their actions. This perspective has shifted how I approach my relationships. If someone seems overly guarded or quick to anger, I remind myself that it might not be about me or the present situation. It could be an echo from their past, a reflection of unresolved pain. By viewing people through this lens, I'm able to approach them with greater compassion, understanding that their actions often stem from places of hurt rather than ill intent. This isn't about making excuses for harmful behavior, but about seeing people more fully. Our pasts shape who we are, often in ways we don't fully realize. When we acknowledge this, we become more forgiving, both toward others and ourselves. Stoicism encourages us to observe life as it is, and understanding the impact of the past on the present is part of seeing clearly. This perspective helps me foster healthier, more understanding connections with others, seeing their struggles and strengths with empathy. 4. Inconsistencies in their stories. I once worked with someone who loved telling stories about their life, adventures, achievements, and all the wild twists and turns. But over time, I started noticing small details in their stories that didn't add up. One day, they'd say something happened in 2018, and then the next time they'd say 2019. At first, I chalked it up to memory slips, but the more I listened, the more I noticed these little inconsistencies. Eventually, I realized there might be more to it. Stoicism teaches us to approach these moments with curiosity rather than suspicion, giving people the benefit of the doubt while observing patterns. I didn't confront them directly, but I began paying closer attention. Sure enough, their stories continued to shift, suggesting that they were either embellishing the truth or perhaps even creating stories to impress others. This experience taught me a valuable lesson about the power of observation. People often reveal more about themselves than they realize through the little details. Inconsistencies can be signs that they're adjusting the truth, maybe to avoid embarrassment, boost their image, or hide something they're not ready to share. It's a subtle but telling behavior that can give you insight into their authenticity. Now, I listen for these clues without jumping to conclusions. If I notice someone's story changes each time they tell it, I take it as a reminder to stay grounded in my perceptions I may not always know the full story, but these inconsistencies remind me to look beyond appearances, listening carefully for the truth. Sometimes, what people don't say, or what they change, speaks louder than their words. 5. Emotional reactions reveal priorities. During a team meeting once, I saw a side of a colleague I'd never seen before. He was always so calm and collected, but that day when someone suggested a minor change to a project he was leading, he suddenly snapped. His reaction was intense, almost defensive, over something that seemed trivial. Later, I realized that this project wasn't just work for him, it was personal. It reflected his creativity, his effort, and his values. His reaction was a signal that this project held deep meaning for him. This experience made me realize that our strongest emotional reactions are often tied to our core priorities and values. Stoicism teaches us to view emotions as signals rather than flaws, helping us understand people's true motivations. Now, when I see someone react passionately, whether in anger, excitement, or frustration, I ask myself, what does this mean to them? People may not openly share their values, but their emotions can reveal what they hold closest to their hearts. This understanding has changed how I approach relationships. If someone reacts strongly to a suggestion, critique, or compliment, I know it's because it touches something important to them. By respecting these moments, I'm able to show empathy and build deeper connections. I also use this insight on myself, reflecting on my own strong reactions as indicators of my priorities. This perspective has made my relationships more fulfilling, as I'm better able to see what truly matters to others and communicate my values as well. 6. The Tell Me More technique. I was once in a debate with a friend about a silly topic, whether pineapple belongs on pizza. I was ready to counter every point he made, but instead of arguing, I said, "Tell me more." What happened next surprised me. Instead of defending his pizza preference, he started talking about childhood memories, family dinners, and even a funny story about why he disliked pineapple as a kid. The conversation went from light-hearted banter to a deeper connection, all because I chose to listen instead of argue. This experience taught me the power of asking people to elaborate without judgment. Stoicism emphasizes understanding others without attachment or interruption, creating space for them to reveal themselves. Since then, I've used the Tell Me More technique in so many different settings, debates, negotiations, and even casual conversations. It's a simple way to understand people's motivations, insecurities, and dreams. The beauty of this technique is that people often reveal far more than they intend when they feel truly heard. By staying calm and encouraging them to talk, I learn about their inner worlds without pushing or prying. This has become one of my favorite ways to connect with others because it allows them to feel seen and valued. The Tell Me More approach isn't just a conversation tool, it's a way of showing empathy and curiosity, helping me see people as they are and fostering trust. 7. Sudden tone changes. Signal. Lies or hesitation. I had a co-worker who was usually smooth and confident, always delivering his words with charm. But one day, while discussing a deadline, his tone suddenly shifted. His words slowed down, his voice dropped, and he even stammered a bit. It was so unusual that I immediately sensed something was off. Later, I found out he hadn't made any progress on the project he claimed to be on top of. His tone change had been the telltale sign. This experience taught me how much a person's tone of voice can reveal, even more than the words they use. Stoicism encourages us to observe these subtle cues with a calm, objective I. I didn't confront him right away. Instead, I noted the shift and took it as a clue to listen more closely. Since then, I've learned that tone changes can indicate more than lies. They can reveal discomfort, hesitation, or a struggle within a conflict. Now, I pay close attention to sudden shifts in tone. Whether someone's voice drops, speeds up, or becomes unusually cheerful, it often signals that there's something beneath the surface they're not sharing. This observation helps me navigate conversations more effectively, allowing me to understand what people are really feeling. It's a subtle yet powerful way to gain insight, often saying more about a person's truth than their words ever could. 8. Avoidance of certain topics. I once had a friend who would always dodge any mention of his family. If anyone brought it up, he'd quickly change the subject or make a joke to deflect. Over time, I realized this avoidance wasn't just a quirky habit. It was a way of protecting himself from uncomfortable emotions or memories. Stoicism teaches us to observe these boundaries with respect and curiosity, understanding that people often avoid topics because they hold unresolved feelings or personal insecurities. Since then, I've paid attention to what people consistently avoid discussing, whether it's family, money, or past relationships. It's a subtle clue about their values, priorities, or even pain points. When people avoid certain subjects, they're often signaling a need for privacy or a lack of readiness to confront those issues. By recognizing these boundaries, I'm able to show respect and understanding, connecting with people in a way that feels safe and supportive. This awareness has changed how I approach sensitive topics in relationships. I don't push people to discuss things they're not comfortable with, but I take note of the avoidance as a clue about their personal world. These off-limits subjects often carry more weight than we realize, revealing unspoken parts of someone's identity. Recognizing this allows me to better understand and respect others, fostering a more compassionate and thoughtful approach to my interactions. 9. Most honest moments are when they think no one's watching. I had a manager who was the picture of professionalism and support when our higher-ups were around. But as soon as they left, she became someone else, snapping at the team, showing zero respect, and even making condescending remarks. This taught me a powerful lesson. People's true character often emerges when they believe no one's watching. Stoicism reminds us that genuine virtue isn't dependent on an audience. It's about being consistent, no matter who's around. Since then, I've looked beyond people's public personas, observing how they act in quieter, unguarded moments. Those moments, when there's no one to impress, reveal more about a person's values and integrity than any grand gesture or public statement. I've noticed this in romantic relationships too. In the early days, people put on their best selves, but over time, it's those unobserved moments that show who they really are. When I see someone who's kind, respectful, and patient, even when they're alone or with people they think don't matter, I know they're genuine. Conversely, if they're only nice when it serves them, it tells me their kindness isn't authentic. It's performative. Stoicism teaches us to value these consistent actions as a measure of true character, aiming to live in alignment with our values at all times. Observing others in their unguarded moments has helped me understand them more deeply and reminds me to live authentically myself. Mastering the art of reading people is like having a key to unlock deeper, more genuine connections. By paying attention to subtle cues and unguarded moments, you can see beyond the surface and truly understand those around you. These 9 techniques, inspired by Stoic philosophy, can help you connect with others on a whole new level, while also helping you better understand yourself. If you found these insights valuable and want to keep growing in wisdom and emotional intelligence, don't forget to like this video and subscribe. Join us on this journey to see the world and people with clarity and purpose. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more ways to unlock the power of ancient wisdom in your everyday life.
Have you ever felt like an afterthought in someone's life, despite your best efforts to be a priority? It's a frustrating experience to pour your heart into relationships only to find that your presence is undervalued. Whether it's with friends, family, or a partner, being overlooked can leave you feeling disheartened and questioning your self-worth. But what if there were strategies to change this dynamic, ensuring that you become a top priority in the lives of those you care about? In this guide, we will explore 18 powerful psychological strategies, enhanced with vivid examples and anecdotes, to help you transform your relationships and make others appreciate your true value. From cultivating mystery to showing empathy, each step is designed to elevate your significance in the eyes of others, ultimately leading to more fulfilling and balanced connections. Let's dive into these transformative techniques and revolutionize the way you're perceived and prioritized by those around you. A T1. Be positive and optimistic. Maintaining a positive attitude can have a profound impact on how others perceive you. Imagine being around someone who always sees the silver lining in every situation. Their optimism can be infectious, making you feel more hopeful and enthusiastic about life. For instance, consider Jane, who always had a smile on her face and a kind word to say. Even during stressful times at work, she remained upbeat, encouraging her colleagues and helping them see the brighter side of things. Her positive energy made her a magnet for others, who sought her company for a boost of morale. By being a source of optimism, you not only improve your own outlook, but also become a person others want to be around, making you a priority in their lives. 2. Allow them to invest in you. Letting others invest time and effort in you creates a sense of commitment and value. Think of how a gardener feels about the plants they've nurtured from seeds. The more they care for them, the more attached they become. Similarly, when people invest their time, energy, or resources into you, they begin to see you as a significant part of their lives. For example, if a friend consistently helps you with a project or spends time teaching you a new skill, they're more likely to value your relationship deeply. This investment builds a stronger bond and ensures you hold a priority position in their lives. 3. Maintain some mystery. Keeping an air of mystery can be incredibly captivating. People are naturally drawn to the unknown, much like a moth to a flame. Consider the allure of a good mystery novel that keeps you turning pages late into the night. In relationships, revealing everything about yourself too quickly can diminish the excitement. Instead, drop hints about your interests and leave some stories for later. For example, if you're passionate about a unique hobby like underwater photography, mention your latest dive, but save the details for another conversation. This approach keeps others intrigued and eager to learn more about you, ensuring you remain a priority in their thoughts. 4. Encourage their growth. Supporting someone's personal and professional growth can solidify your importance in their life. Think of a mentor who not only teaches but also inspires their mentee to reach new heights. For instance, if your partner's aiming for a promotion at work, help them prepare for their interviews, celebrate their small victories, and offer constructive feedback. When you show genuine interest in their progress and encourage their aspirations, you demonstrate that you care deeply about their future. This kind of support fosters a strong emotional connection, making you an invaluable part of their life and someone they prioritize. 5. Stop initiating communication all the time. Taking a step back from always being the one to initiate communication can shift the dynamics in your favor. When you're always the first to call or text, it can create an imbalance where the other person may start taking you for granted. Consider Sarah, who decided to stop texting her friend first for a week. Initially, she feared the silence, but soon her friend reached out, realizing how much they missed their conversations. By allowing others the space to initiate contact, you create a sense of mutual effort and appreciation. This not only balances the relationship, but also makes you a priority in their life, as they actively seek your presence. 6. Express appreciation and gratitude. Regularly expressing appreciation and gratitude can significantly strengthen relationships. Imagine the joy of receiving a heartfelt thank you note from a friend for simply being there. This small act of recognition can make you feel valued and cherished. For instance, if your colleague stays late to help you with a project, take a moment to express your gratitude sincerely. Tell them how much their support means to you and how it made a difference. Such gestures of appreciation build positive feelings and reinforce the bond between you, ensuring that you become someone they hold in high regard and prioritize in their life. 7. Respect their boundaries. Understanding and respecting personal boundaries is crucial in any relationship. Imagine a neighbor who constantly drops by unannounced versus one who respects your space and checks if it's a good time before visiting. The latter is more likely to be appreciated and valued. For example, if a friend seems overwhelmed with their workload, give them space instead of insisting on plans. Let them know you understand and are there for them when they're ready. This respect for their boundaries shows maturity and consideration, fostering a deeper trust. As a result, they will prioritize your relationship, knowing that you value their personal space and needs. 8. Create the fear of losing you. Creating the fear of losing you can make others realize your value. It's a powerful psychological technique, but it must be used wisely. Consider John, who felt taken for granted by his friends. He decided to become less available, focusing on his own hobbies and spending time with new people. His friends soon noticed his absence and began to reach out more, realizing how much they missed his presence. By stepping back slightly and investing time elsewhere, you can create a sense of urgency and appreciation. This technique, when balanced well, ensures that others recognize your importance and prioritize you in their lives. 9. Be a good listener. Being an attentive listener can significantly enhance your relationships. Imagine sharing a personal story with someone who listens intently, asks thoughtful questions, and offers empathetic responses. This kind of interaction makes you feel heard and valued. For instance, if a friend is going through a tough time, give them your full attention. Put away distractions, listen to their concerns, and acknowledge their feelings. Your genuine interest and understanding can make a profound impact. By being a good listener, you demonstrate that you value their experiences and emotions, which in turn makes you a priority in their life as they seek your supportive presence. 10. Avoid being always available. Being too available can sometimes lead to being taken for granted. Think of a restaurant that's always open versus one with limited exclusive hours. The latter often feels more special and valued. For example, if you're always ready to drop everything for a friend, they might start expecting it rather than appreciating it. Instead, balance your availability. Let them know you have other commitments and interests. This not only shows that you value your time, but also makes them value the moments you do spend together. By not always being available, you enhance the quality of your interactions and ensure you're seen as a priority, not just a convenience. 11. Develop shared interests. Engaging in activities or hobbies that both you and the other person enjoy can significantly strengthen your bond. Imagine two friends who bond over their love for hiking. They plan trips together, share experiences, and create lasting memories on the trails. These shared interests deepen their connection and ensure they prioritize spending time together. For example, if your partner loves cooking, take a cooking class together. This shared activity not only brings you closer, but also creates opportunities for quality time. Developing shared interests fosters a sense of camaraderie and mutual enjoyment, making you an integral part of their life. 12. Show consistency. Being dependable and consistent in your actions builds trust and reinforces your importance in someone's life. Think of a colleague who is always on time, meets deadlines, and follows through on commitments. Their reliability makes them invaluable to the team. For example, if you promise to help a friend move, ensure you show up as agreed. Consistency in your behavior shows that you are trustworthy and dependable. This reliability strengthens your relationships, making others more likely to prioritize you because they know they can count on you in both good times and bad. 13. Prioritize your needs. Focusing on your own needs ensures that you don't settle for less than you deserve. Think of someone who always puts others first, often feeling drained and unappreciated. By prioritizing your own needs, you set a standard for how you expect to be treated. For example, if you know someone won't respect your time, limit your interactions with them. Surround yourself with people who see you as a priority. This self-respect not only enhances your well-being, but also signals to others that you value yourself. In turn, they are more likely to treat you with the respect and importance you deserve. 14. Create your own happiness. Being self-sufficient and not depending on others for happiness can make you more attractive and balanced. Consider someone who pursues their passions, enjoys their own company, and finds joy in their achievements. Their independence and contentment make them appealing to others. For instance, if you love painting, dedicate time to your art and let it be a source of happiness. When you create your own happiness, you appear more balanced and self-assured. This not only enhances your overall well-being, but also makes you more attractive to others who see you as someone who doesn't rely on them for fulfillment. 15. Show empathy and compassion. Being empathetic and compassionate towards others' struggles and emotions fosters deep connections. Imagine a friend who always understands and supports you during tough times. Their empathy makes you feel valued and loved. For example, if a colleague is going through a rough patch, offer a listening ear and comforting words. Show that you understand their feelings and are there for them. This kind of emotional support builds strong, lasting bonds. By being empathetic and compassionate, you become someone others turn to in times of need, making you a priority in their lives as they appreciate your genuine care and understanding. 16. Don't make them the center of your life. Maintaining a distance and not making someone the center of your life can increase your value. Think of someone who's always available and revolves their life around others. They might be appreciated, but not necessarily prioritized. For example, if you have a friend who often takes your availability for granted, start focusing on your own activities and interests. This creates a healthy balance and makes them realize your value. People are often attracted to things they can't have easily. By not making them the center of your life, you increase your allure and importance in their eyes. 17. Be willing to walk away. Being willing to walk away from someone who doesn't treat you well demonstrates self-respect and determination. Imagine a scenario where you're in a relationship that doesn't fulfill you, but you stay out of fear of being alone. By showing that you're not afraid to walk away, you send a powerful message that you value yourself and won't settle for less. For example, if a friend constantly disrespects your boundaries, let them know you're willing to end the friendship if things don't change. This stance often makes people reconsider their behavior. Knowing you're willing to walk away ensures that others treat you with the respect and importance you deserve. 18. Be supportive and understanding. Showing genuine interest in others' concerns and offering support during difficult times can make you indispensable. Think of a friend who always listens without judgment and offers helpful advice. Their support is invaluable. For example, if your partner is stressed about work, take the time to listen and provide comfort without immediately jumping to solutions. This understanding approach shows that you care deeply about their well-being. Being supportive and understanding strengthens your relationships and makes others prioritize you, as they see you as a reliable source of comfort and support during challenging times. In conclusion, becoming a priority in someone's life is not about manipulation or changing who you are, but about understanding the dynamics of relationships and enhancing your interactions. By implementing these 18 powerful psychological strategies, you can shift the balance and ensure that you are valued and appreciated. Whether it's maintaining a positive outlook, allowing others to invest in you, or showing empathy and understanding, each technique contributes to building stronger, more meaningful connections. Remember, the key is to prioritize yourself first. When you respect and value your own needs, others will naturally follow suit. By fostering mutual respect, appreciation, and understanding, you create a foundation for healthier and more fulfilling relationships. These strategies are not just about being seen as a priority, but about cultivating genuine connections where both parties feel valued and important. As you incorporate these steps into your daily life, you will notice a transformation in how others perceive and prioritize you. Embrace these changes with confidence and watch as your relationships flourish, bringing you the recognition and respect you truly deserve. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and explore more of our content to continue your journey towards stronger, more rewarding relationships.
10. Verbal tricks to make an aggressive person. Sorry. Have you ever been caught off guard by someone's aggression, left speechless as they lash out, while you scramble for a way to defend yourself? Imagine walking away from those moments not overwhelmed or angry, but calm, collected, and leaving the aggressor rethinking their behavior. Today, I'll show you exactly how to do that. What if, instead of escalating the conflict or feeling like a victim, you had the tools to turn any confrontation into a moment of clarity and control? Inspired by the timeless principles of Stoicism, these 6 verbal techniques are designed to neutralize aggression without compromising your dignity. One of these strategies even transforms anger into an opportunity for deeper understanding, a shift that will surprise both you and the aggressor. Over the next few minutes, we'll explore how to navigate even the most heated situations with grace and power. You'll learn how to dismantle hidden assumptions, respond to distorted words with precision, and use subtle techniques to turn the tide in any conversation. These aren't just tips, they're life-changing strategies that will leave you feeling unshakable and in control, no matter the situation. Let's dive in. 1. Pause before responding. I used to believe that quick, sharp responses showed strength in an argument, but over time I realized that impulsive reactions often fueled more tension than they resolved. One moment stands out vividly in my memory. A co-worker publicly criticized my approach during a meeting. My first instinct was to snap back with a defense, but something stopped me. Instead, I took a breath, paused, and allowed the silence to settle. In that pause, something powerful happened. I calmed my emotions, and they began to look slightly uneasy, perhaps realizing their harshness. When I finally responded, I said, "I appreciate your perspective. Let's explore how we can address this together." The conversation shifted immediately from confrontation to collaboration. This pause is something Stoics emphasize deeply. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By pausing, I exercised control over my mind and refused to let the situation dictate my response. Pausing isn't a sign of weakness. It's a sign of mastery over oneself. It allows you to assess the situation, recognize your emotions, and respond thoughtfully. The next time someone provokes you, try this. Take a deep breath, count to 3, and consider what outcome you want before speaking. Often you'll find that a calm and deliberate response disarms aggression far more effectively than a hasty one. Practicing this habit has helped me navigate heated discussions with clarity and confidence. It's not about letting others win, it's about winning the battle within yourself. When you pause before responding, you remain grounded and in control, a hallmark of a Stoic mind. 2. Use visual imagery to convey deep messages. There was a time when I found myself caught in a heated argument with someone I deeply cared about. Their words were sharp, cutting me down with accusations I felt were unfair. My initial instinct was to fire back, to defend myself with equal intensity. But then I paused and remembered the power of imagery, a tool I had often seen work wonders. Instead of responding defensively, I took a deep breath and said, "You know, anger is like a wildfire. It can destroy everything in its path, but if we channel it carefully, it can also forge new ground for growth." The reaction was almost immediate. They stopped, their posture softened, and they began to truly listen. What I realized in that moment is that people often lash out because they feel unheard or misunderstood. By using a metaphor, I wasn't just trying to defend myself. I was offering them a new way to see the situation, a calmer, more constructive perspective. Stoicism teaches us to focus not on winning arguments, but on fostering understanding and maintaining our inner peace. Imagery is one of the most effective ways to do this. It bypasses the defenses of the mind and speaks directly to the heart, offering clarity without aggression. The next time you find yourself in a tense conversation, try using imagery. Instead of saying, "You're overreacting," you could say, "Emotions can be like waves. They come strong, but they also pass if we let them." This approach not only protects your tranquility, but also invites the other person to reflect and engage more thoughtfully. By practicing this Stoic technique, you'll find that your words don't just defend. You connect, heal, and inspire change. And that is the true power of wisdom in action. 3. Escape the trap of distorted words. I remember a moment when my words were twisted in a way that completely misrepresented my intentions. A friend I admired accused me of saying something I never intended, claiming, "So you're saying I'm a failure," when all I had done was suggest a different approach to a problem. My first instinct was to feel defensive, but I knew reacting emotionally would only escalate the situation. Instead, I calmly replied, "That's not what I meant at all. Let me clarify my perspective." By staying composed, I was able to explain myself without anger or blame. The result? They softened, apologized for jumping to conclusions, and we had a productive conversation. Stoicism teaches us not to get caught in others' distortions of our words. Epictetus advises, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. When someone twists your words, resist the urge to retaliate or defend yourself aggressively. Instead, maintain your clarity and calmly restate your true intentions." This approach is powerful. By refusing to be provoked, you protect your inner peace and keep the focus on resolution rather than conflict. The next time someone distorts your words, pause and say, "Let's revisit what I actually said so we can avoid any misunderstandings." You'll find that clarity, not aggression, is your best ally in such moments. Over time, this habit not only builds your confidence, but also earns the respect of others. People recognize the strength in calmness and the wisdom in measured responses. And that is the essence of Stoic mastery in communication. But 4. Reveal shared agreements. There's a subtle strength in showing someone that they already share your perspective, even if they don't realize it yet. I learned this lesson during a heated debate about a community project. A neighbor passionately opposed my proposal, claiming it wasn't practical. Instead of arguing, I listened closely and said, "I think we both want what's best for our community, and we both value sustainability. Let's talk about how we can make this work in a way that aligns with those goals." Their demeanor changed instantly. They agreed with the shared values, and the conversation shifted toward finding common ground. Stoicism emphasizes listening as an art. Epictetus reminds us, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." By listening carefully and reflecting on shared values, you can transform an argument into a collaboration. When confronted with hostility, instead of jumping into defense mode, look for areas of agreement. If a colleague challenges your process at work, respond with, "I think we both care about getting this done effectively. Let's figure out the best way forward." This approach doesn't diminish your stance. It strengthens it by focusing on mutual understanding. Finding shared agreements disarms hostility and builds rapport. It shows the other person that you're not their opponent, but their partner in finding solutions. And in doing so, you embody the Stoic ideal of turning conflict into connection. 5. Recognize hidden assumptions. I once had a colleague ask me, "Do you really think you know better than the experts on this?" The question wasn't just a challenge. It carried the subtle implication that I was overstepping my bounds. In the past, I might have rushed to defend myself, but I've since learned the value of recognizing hidden assumptions and dismantling them calmly. I paused, smiled, and replied, "I don't think that at all, but I'd love to share my perspective and hear more about what the experts say. Can we explore this together?" The shift in tone was immediate. They softened and the conversation became productive instead of combative. Stoicism reminds us to not react to the surface of an argument, but to look deeper. Hidden assumptions often push us toward a defensive posture, but by addressing them directly, we regain control of the dialogue. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This clarity applies to challenging assumptions as well. The next time someone tries to corner you with a loaded question, pause and calmly unpack the assumption. Say something like, That's an interesting perspective. Could you clarify what you mean by that? This approach shows confidence, protects your dignity, and often leads to a more respectful conversation. 6. Stay neutral and avoid personalizing. Years ago, during a family gathering, a relative said, "Why do you always think you're better than everyone else?" The words stung. My immediate reaction was to defend myself, but I realized that engaging emotionally would only escalate the tension. Instead, I stayed neutral and replied, "I don't think that at all. If I've come across that way, let's talk about it." This response caught them off guard and shifted the focus from blame to understanding. Over time, the conversation became more constructive, and I walked away feeling at peace. Stoics teach that we should focus on the issue, not take hostility personally. Epictetus reminds us, when someone criticizes you, they are speaking from their own perspective. By staying neutral, you rise above emotional traps and maintain your inner stability. When someone lashes out, remind yourself that their words are often a reflection of their emotions, not your worth. Respond calmly, with a focus on resolution rather than conflict. This not only preserves your tranquility, but also fosters respect from others. 7. Acknowledge valid points. During a heated debate about a team project, a colleague criticized my approach, saying it was too complicated. In the past, I might have brushed this off as negativity, but instead, I acknowledged their concern. You make a valid point. Simplicity is important. Let's look at ways to streamline this while keeping the key elements intact. This small acknowledgement changed the tone of the discussion entirely. Instead of feeling unheard, they became more open to my ideas. And together, we improved the proposal. Acknowledging valid points is a powerful Stoic strategy. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If anyone can refute me, show me I'm making a mistake, or looking at things from the wrong perspective, I'll gladly change." This humility doesn't weaken your stance, it strengthens it by showing that you value truth over ego. The next time someone criticizes you, look for the kernel of truth in their perspective. Acknowledge it sincerely before presenting your own view. This doesn't just diffuse hostility, it builds trust and mutual respect. 8. Handle the storm of questions. Once, during a family dinner, a relative barraged me with questions about my career choices. "Why would you choose that path? Don't you think it's risky? Isn't there something better?" The questions were relentless, and I felt cornered. But instead of reacting defensively, I calmly said, "Those are interesting questions. Let's take them one at a time. What specifically concerns you about my choice?" Breaking down the barrage disarmed them and gave me control of the conversation. By addressing their concerns one by one, I maintained my composure and turned the interrogation into a dialogue. Stoicism teaches us to stay grounded when faced with pressure. When overwhelmed by aggressive questioning, pause and respond methodically. Epictetus advises, "First say to yourself what you would be, then do what you have to do." By staying focused and deliberate, you control the narrative. In similar situations, remember that you don't have to answer immediately or all at once. Take a breath and handle each question with clarity. This not only protects your peace, but also demonstrates your strength and confidence. 9. Use questions to shift focus. I once worked with someone who loved to criticize others' ideas without offering solutions. During one such exchange, instead of defending myself, I asked, "What would you suggest as an alternative?" The question caught them off guard. They stumbled for an answer, realizing they hadn't thought beyond their critique. Asking questions is a simple yet powerful way to redirect conversations. Stoicism encourages us to avoid direct confrontation and instead steer discussions constructively. When you ask questions, you subtly guide the other person to reflect on their position, often defusing their aggression in the process. The next time someone challenges you, try asking, "How do you see this working better?" Or, "What would you do in my situation?" These questions shift the focus away from conflict and toward problem solving, demonstrating your composure and wisdom. 10. Respect the truth and avoid straw man arguments. During a book club discussion, a fellow member twisted my opinion, claiming, "So you're saying the author's work is worthless?" I could feel the frustration rising, but I chose to respond calmly. "That's not what I meant. What I'm saying is that this particular chapter didn't resonate with me, though the overall book has its strengths." This approach diffused the tension and redirected the conversation toward the actual topic. Stoics emphasize the importance of integrity and clarity in communication. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Never let the future disturb you. You will meet it, if you have to, with the same weapons of reason which today arm you against the present." Avoiding strawman arguments isn't just about preserving peace, it's about staying true to yourself. When someone distorts your words, calmly correct them without aggression. This not only maintains your dignity, but also encourages a more meaningful dialogue. Mastering these Stoic-inspired verbal techniques isn't just about handling aggressive people, it's about cultivating a deeper sense of calm and control in your life. Imagine walking into every conversation with the confidence that no matter how tense it gets, you'll remain composed, protect your inner peace, and even inspire others to reflect on their own behavior. Which of these techniques resonated with you the most? Have you faced situations where these approaches could have made a difference? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments. I'd love to hear how you've handled confrontations or how you plan to use these tools moving forward. Your insights could inspire someone else who's navigating their own challenges. If you found value in these ideas, please take a moment to like this video. It helps more people discover these transformative strategies. Don't forget to subscribe for more Stoic wisdom and practical advice, and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next lesson. And if you know someone who could benefit from these techniques, share this video with them. Sometimes, a small gesture like that can make a big difference in someone's life. Thank you for joining me on this journey of resilience and wisdom. I'll see you in the next episode, where we'll explore even more tools to navigate life's challenges with strength and clarity.
20 Stoic rules to conquer the day. Imagine waking up each morning with a profound sense of purpose, ready to conquer the day with unwavering strength and clarity. What if every challenge you faced became an opportunity to grow, and every decision you made was guided by timeless wisdom? Welcome to the world of Stoicism, where ancient principles empower you to lead an extraordinary life. In this guide, we unveil 20 Stoic rules that will transform your daily routine and mindset. These principles, rooted in the teachings of great philosophers like Seneca and Marcus Aurelius, offer a roadmap to mastering your inner world and thriving in the face of adversity. Each rule is a beacon of wisdom, designed to help you navigate the complexities of modern life with grace and resilience. Join us as we delve into the heart of Stoic philosophy, exploring how you can harness its power to live a life of purpose, virtue, and excellence. Whether you're seeking to improve your personal growth, manage stress, or simply find a deeper sense of fulfillment, these Stoic rules will equip you with the tools to conquer each day. Let's embark on this transformative journey together. Number 1, remember that your response to situations is within your control. The Stoics taught that while we cannot control external events, we can control how we respond to them. This principle is the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, empowering you to maintain inner peace and resilience regardless of circumstances. When faced with challenges, focus on your reaction rather than the situation itself. Choose responses that align with your values and virtues. By exercising this control, you transform potential stresses into opportunities for growth. This mindset shift reduces anxiety and fosters a sense of empowerment. Instead of feeling helpless in the face of adversity, you realize that your attitude and actions are always within your control. Practice patience, compassion, and rationality in your responses. Reflect on how your reactions influence your well-being and the well-being of others. Cultivate a habit of responding thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. This practice not only enhances your personal resilience, but also sets a positive example for others. By focusing on what you can control, your responses, you navigate life with greater clarity and composure. This Stoic wisdom empowers you to face any situation with grace and strength. Number 2, consistently strive to improve yourself and your circumstances. The journey of self-improvement is a lifelong commitment, a daily practice of honing your skills, expanding your knowledge, and refining your character. The Stoic philosopher Seneca reminds us that while we teach, we learn, emphasizing the reciprocal nature of growth. Improvement is not about drastic changes overnight, but about making small, deliberate steps every day. Embrace the power of incremental progress. Each day offers a new opportunity to be better than you were yesterday. Reflect on your actions, learn from your mistakes, and seek wisdom in every experience. Cultivate resilience and adaptability, for life is full of unexpected challenges. View these challenges as opportunities to grow stronger and wiser. Do not become complacent with your current achievements. There is always room for growth. Strive to enhance your physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Read, meditate, exercise, and engage in meaningful conversations. Surround yourself with people who inspire and challenge you. Remember, the pursuit of excellence is a noble endeavor, one that brings fulfillment and a sense of purpose. By committing to continuous self-improvement, you not only elevate your own life, but also contribute positively to the lives of others. Number 3, handle difficult people with serenity, kindness, and grace. The Stoics teach us that we cannot control the actions of others, but we can control our reactions. Encounters with difficult individuals are inevitable, yet they present valuable opportunities to practice virtue. When faced with negativity, respond with calmness and composure. Do not allow others to disrupt your inner peace. Instead, treat them with kindness, even when it is undeserved. This is not a sign of weakness, but of strength. By maintaining your serenity, you demonstrate control over your emotions and set a positive example. Kindness disarms hostility and often transforms adversaries into allies. Approach every interaction with grace, recognizing that everyone is fighting their own battles. Show empathy and understanding, even when it is challenging. Remember, the way you treat others is a reflection of your character, not theirs. Practicing kindness and grace in difficult situations cultivates patience and fortitude. It strengthens your ability to remain unshaken by external events. Embrace these encounters as opportunities to grow and to reinforce your commitment to living virtuously. By handling difficult people with serenity, kindness, and grace, you elevate yourself and those around you. Number 4, stay present and handle what is in front of you. In the hustle and bustle of daily life, it is easy to become overwhelmed by the myriad of tasks and worries. The Stoic principle of focusing on the present moment offers a profound solution. By staying present, you anchor yourself in the here and now where your power lies. The past is unchangeable and the future is uncertain. Only the present is within your control. Concentrate on the task at hand, giving it your full attention and effort. This not only enhances the quality of your work, but also reduces anxiety. When you focus on what you can do now, you eliminate the fear of what might happen later. Approach each task with a clear mind, undistracted by the noise of the past or future. This level of focus leads to a deeper sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Moreover, handling what is in front of you cultivates a habit of mindfulness, allowing you to experience life more fully. Embrace the present moment, for it is the only time you truly have. By living in the present, you honor the gift of life and make the most of every opportunity. Number 5, view challenges as essential for discovering your true strength. The Stoics believed that adversity is not just inevitable, but necessary for personal growth. Every challenge you face is an opportunity to test and reveal your inner fortitude. It is through the crucible of difficulty that your true character is forged. When you encounter obstacles, do not shy away or succumb to despair. Instead, embrace them as opportunities to demonstrate resilience and perseverance. Each challenge you overcome builds your confidence and prepares you for future trials. Remember, the strength of a tree is not measured by the absence of storms, but by its ability to withstand them. Similarly, your strength is revealed through your capacity to endure and overcome hardships. View each challenge as a stepping stone towards greater wisdom and strength. Adopt a mindset that welcomes difficulties as teachers, guiding you towards self-improvement. By facing challenges head-on, you cultivate courage and resilience, essential virtues for a fulfilling life. Do not seek a life of ease and comfort. Instead, seek a life of purpose and growth. Through challenges, you discover the depth of your capabilities and the true extent of your strength. Number 6, embrace challenges as opportunities for growth, with greater rewards from difficult undertakings. The Stoics taught that the path to excellence is paved with trials and tribulations. Each challenge you face is a chance to hone your skills, deepen your wisdom, and strengthen your character. When you encounter a difficult task, see it not as a burden, but as a valuable opportunity for personal development. Embracing challenges with a positive mindset transforms obstacles into stepping stones for success. The more difficult the undertaking, the greater the rewards you will reap. These rewards are not just external achievements, but also internal growth. By pushing your limits, you expand your potential and discover new strengths. Challenges test your resilience and determination, qualities that are essential for a fulfilling life. They teach you patience, perseverance, and the value of hard work. Embrace every challenge with the confidence that you will emerge stronger and wiser. Do not shy away from difficulties. Instead, seek them out as opportunities to prove your mettle. Remember, a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. It is through the storms of life that you become truly capable and strong. Embrace challenges and unlock your true potential. Number 7, choose strength over weakness, courage over cowardice, and virtue over vice. The Stoics believe that true freedom comes from within, from the ability to choose our responses to life's events. In every situation, you have the power to choose how you will act. Will you give in to weakness, or will you rise with strength? Will you be ruled by fear, or will you act with courage? The path of virtue is often the harder path, but it is also the most rewarding. By choosing strength, you build resilience. By choosing courage, you face your fears and grow stronger. By choosing virtue, you align yourself with your highest ideals and live a life of integrity. These choices define your character and shape your destiny. Each decision you make is an opportunity to reinforce your commitment to living a good and meaningful life. Do not be swayed by external circumstances. Instead, focus on what is within your control. Choose to respond with strength, courage, and virtue, no matter what challenges you face. By making these choices consistently, you build a foundation of character that will support you through all of life's trials. Number 8. Begin each day by envisioning how you want to feel at the end of it. The Stoics emphasize the importance of intentionality and foresight. Starting your day with a clear vision sets the tone for everything that follows. Take a moment each morning to reflect on your goals and the kind of person you aspire to be. Envision the emotions you want to experience at the end of the day: satisfaction, peace, accomplishment. This practice aligns your actions with your values and priorities, guiding you through the day with purpose. When challenges arise, this vision serves as a compass, reminding you of what truly matters. By focusing on the desired end state, you are more likely to make choices that lead to a fulfilling and meaningful day. This proactive approach reduces the likelihood of regret and increases your sense of control over your life. It is a powerful exercise in mindfulness and self-discipline. Envisioning your desired feelings at the end of each day helps you stay committed to your goals and maintain a positive, productive mindset. Make this practice a daily habit and watch how it transforms your life, one day at a time. Number 9. Accept and extract good from your fate. The Stoics believed in the concept of amor fati, or love of fate. This means embracing whatever life throws at you, not with resignation, but with a proactive attitude of finding the good in every situation. Life is unpredictable and often beyond our control, but our response to it is always within our power. Accepting your fate means acknowledging reality without complaint or resistance. It's about recognizing that every experience, no matter how challenging, carries within it the seeds of growth and learning. By extracting the good from your circumstances, you transform adversity into an opportunity for personal development. This mindset fosters resilience as you learn to see obstacles as stepping stones rather than barriers. It also cultivates gratitude as you become more aware of the hidden blessings in every experience. Accepting your fate with grace and wisdom allows you to live in harmony with the world, free from the turmoil of resistance and regret. Embrace each moment fully, trust in the unfolding of your life, and find peace in the knowledge that everything has a purpose. By loving your fate, you turn every situation to your advantage. Number 10. Focus on today's tasks to alleviate anxiety about the future. The Stoics taught that worrying about the future is futile and distracts from the present moment, where our true power lies. By concentrating on what you can do today, you harness your energy and attention effectively. The future is uncertain and beyond your direct control, but the actions you take now can shape it positively. Break down your goals into manageable tasks and tackle them one by one. This approach not only reduces anxiety, but also enhances productivity and a sense of accomplishment. When you focus on today's tasks, you are fully engaged in the present, making each moment count. This mindfulness brings clarity, and calm, enabling you to handle challenges with greater ease. Moreover, by taking care of the present, you lay a solid foundation for the future. Trust that by giving your best effort today, you're preparing yourself for whatever tomorrow may bring. Let go of the need to predict or control the future, and instead immerse yourself in the here and now. This practice of focusing on today's tasks cultivates a sense of peace and empowers you to live more fully and effectively. Number 11. Avoid complaints as they hinder personal growth. The Stoics believed that complaining is a waste of energy and a sign of weakness. It focuses attention on what is wrong rather than what can be improved. Complaints create a negative mindset, fostering dissatisfaction and helplessness. Instead of complaining, take constructive action. When faced with a problem, seek solutions and opportunities for learning. Every challenge is a chance to develop resilience and resourcefulness. By reframing difficulties as growth opportunities, you shift your focus from what is lacking to what can be gained. This proactive approach empowers you and fosters a positive outlook. Complaining also affects those around you, spreading negativity and lowering morale. Cultivate a habit of gratitude and positivity. Focus on the aspects of your life that are within your control and take responsibility for your actions. When you feel the urge to complain, pause and reflect on how you can address the situation constructively. This mindset not only enhances your personal growth, but also sets a positive example for others. By avoiding complaints and embracing a proactive attitude, you build a stronger, more resilient character and contribute to a more positive and productive environment. Number 12. Time is fleeting, so postpone nothing and stay present. The Stoics remind us that life is short and uncertain. The only moment we truly have is the present. Procrastination is the thief of time, robbing us of the opportunity to live fully and meaningfully. Each moment wasted is a moment lost forever. Embrace the urgency of now and commit to living each day with purpose and intention. Prioritize your tasks and focus on what truly matters. Do not defer your dreams and goals to a future that is not guaranteed. Take decisive action today, for tomorrow is uncertain. Staying present means fully engaging in each moment, appreciating its value and potential. It means letting go of regrets about the past and anxieties about the future. By living in the present, you maximize your effectiveness and enrich your life. This mindfulness enhances your experiences, deepens your relationships, and brings a sense of fulfillment. Time is the most precious resource we have. Once it is gone, it cannot be reclaimed. Cherish it, use it wisely, and make the most of every moment. By staying present and postponing nothing, you honor the gift of life and create a legacy of purpose and action. Number 13. Manage time wisely, understanding that time spent is life spent. The Stoics valued the mindful use of time, recognizing it as our most precious resource. Every moment you spend is a part of your life you can never get back. Therefore, it is essential to use your time wisely and intentionally. Prioritize activities that align with your values and contribute to your personal growth and well-being. Avoid distractions and time-wasting habits that do not serve your goals. Plan your days thoughtfully, setting clear priorities and boundaries. Remember that each day is an opportunity to move closer to your aspirations. Treat time as a valuable currency, spending it on things that matter most to you. This mindset not only enhances productivity, but also brings a deeper sense of fulfillment and purpose. Reflect regularly on how you spend your time and make adjustments as needed to stay aligned with your goals. By managing your time wisely, you take control of your life and make the most of the limited time you have. The mindful use of time leads to a more focused, intentional, and meaningful life, allowing you to achieve your fullest potential. Number 14, have a clear direction and purpose to succeed. The Stoics believed that a well-defined sense of purpose is crucial for a fulfilling life. Without direction, we drift aimlessly, easily swayed by external circumstances and distractions. To succeed, you must know where you are going and why. Clarify your goals and values and align your actions with them. This clarity provides a roadmap for your life, guiding your decisions and actions. It instills a sense of purpose and motivation, driving you to persevere even in the face of obstacles. A clear direction helps you stay focused and resilient, reducing the likelihood of being derailed by setbacks. Reflect on your passions and strengths and consider how they can contribute to your overall purpose. Set specific, achievable goals that move you closer to your vision. Regularly review and adjust your goals to ensure they remain aligned with your evolving values and circumstances. By having a clear direction and purpose, you create a sense of meaning and fulfillment in your life. It gives you the motivation to overcome challenges and the resilience to stay committed to your path. With a clear purpose, you can navigate life with confidence and achieve lasting success. Number 15. Live purposefully, recognizing the brevity of life. The Stoics often reflected on the fleeting nature of existence, urging us to live with intention and urgency. Life is short and time is precious. To live purposefully means to align your actions with your core values and long-term goals. It involves making deliberate choices that contribute to a meaningful and fulfilling life. Avoid distractions and superficial pursuits that do not serve your deeper purpose. Embrace the present moment, fully engaging in your activities and relationships. This mindful approach enhances your experiences and brings a sense of fulfillment. Reflect regularly on your priorities and ensure that your daily actions align with them. By living purposefully, you make the most of the limited time you have. You focus on what truly matters and let go of what does not. This practice not only enriches your own life, but also positively impacts those around you. Recognizing the brevity of life instills a sense of urgency and motivation to live fully and authentically. Embrace this Stoic wisdom and commit to living each day with purpose and intention, making your life a reflection of your highest values and aspirations. Number 16, focus on tasks with minimal distractions to maximize effectiveness. The Stoics emphasize the importance of concentration and discipline. In our fast-paced, distraction-filled world, maintaining focus can be challenging, but is crucial for productivity and success. Identify the tasks that are most important and dedicate your full attention to them. Eliminate or minimize distractions, whether they are digital notifications, unnecessary meetings, or cluttered environments. Create a conducive workspace that fosters concentration and clarity. Practice mindfulness techniques to enhance your ability to stay present and focused. This disciplined approach not only improves the quality of your work, but also reduces stress and increases satisfaction. By giving your full attention to one task at a time, you enhance your efficiency and achieve better results. This practice also fosters a sense of accomplishment and progress, motivating you to continue striving for excellence. Prioritize deep work and avoid multitasking, which can dilute your efforts and reduce overall productivity. Remember, the quality of your work is directly related to the quality of your attention. By focusing on tasks with minimal distractions, you maximize your effectiveness and make significant strides toward your goals. Number 17, use your life to be extraordinary. Every moment is a gift, an opportunity to rise above mediocrity and leave a mark on the world. The Stoics teach us that life is fleeting, a brief flicker in an eternity of darkness. Why waste it on trivialities? Channel your inner potential, strive for greatness, and aim to be a person of value. Extraordinary lives are not the result of extraordinary circumstances, but of extraordinary efforts. Choose to be extraordinary in your thoughts, actions, and character. Set high standards for yourself and pursue them relentlessly. Remember, it is not the external achievements that define an extraordinary life, but the inner virtues cultivated along the way. Live with purpose, integrity, and a commitment to excellence. Your legacy is built one decision at a time, one action at a time. Be the person who inspires others, who makes a difference, and who lives with intention. Do not settle for a life of quiet desperation. Instead, embrace the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself. The world needs extraordinary people, and you have the power to be one of them. Seize the day and make your life a testament to the greatness within you. Number 18, recognize the importance of working together. The Stoics valued community and cooperation, understanding that human beings thrive in collaboration. In a world that often emphasizes individual achievement, it is essential to remember the power of working together. Collective efforts amplify individual strengths and compensate for weaknesses. When you collaborate with others, you gain diverse perspectives and skills that enhance your own capabilities. Embrace opportunities to work as part of a team, whether in personal, professional, or community settings. Practice active listening, empathy, and open communication to build strong, trusting relationships. By valuing the contributions of others, you foster a spirit of cooperation and mutual respect. This approach not only improves outcomes, but also enriches your experiences and connections. Recognize that we are stronger together than apart. Working collaboratively teaches humility, patience, and the value of shared goals. It creates a sense of belonging and purpose, enhancing overall well-being. By prioritizing teamwork and collaboration, you contribute to a more cohesive, supportive, and successful environment. This Stoic principle reminds us that our individual actions impact the larger community and that we thrive best when we work together. Number 19. Treat each day and hour as a precious gift. The Stoics believed in the sanctity of time, urging us to live each moment fully and mindfully. Every day presents a new opportunity to grow, learn, and make a positive impact. Approach each day with gratitude and intention, recognizing its inherent value. Avoid wasting time on trivial pursuits or idle distractions. Instead, focus on activities that align with your values and contribute to your goals. Reflect on the transient nature of life and let this awareness motivate you to make the most of every hour. Prioritize meaningful experiences and relationships and invest your time in what truly matters. This mindful approach enhances your sense of fulfillment and purpose. By treating each day as a gift, you cultivate a deeper appreciation for life and its possibilities. This perspective encourages you to live with urgency and intention, making deliberate choices that enrich your life. Embrace the present moment, for it is the only time you truly have. By honoring the gift of time, you create a life that is not only productive, but also deeply rewarding and meaningful. Number 20. Stop letting your potential lie dormant and give your best effort each day. The Stoics believed that each of us has untapped potential waiting to be realized. Do not allow fear, doubt, or complacency to hold you back. Every day is an opportunity to move closer to your fullest potential. Embrace a mindset of growth and possibility, pushing yourself to excel in all areas of life. Take consistent action towards your goals, no matter how small. Each effort builds momentum and brings you closer to your aspirations. Reflect on your strengths and areas for improvement and make a conscious effort to develop them. Seek feedback, learn from your experiences, and stay committed to your personal and professional growth. By giving your best effort each day, you honor your potential and create a life of purpose and fulfillment. Remember, greatness is not achieved overnight, but through persistent, dedicated effort. Do not settle for mediocrity. Strive for excellence in everything you do. This commitment to your potential not only enhances your own life, but also inspires and elevates those around you. Embrace your capabilities and make the most of every opportunity to grow and excel. As we conclude this journey through the wisdom of Stoic principles, remember that every day is an opportunity to apply these timeless teachings and transform your life. The power to conquer your day lies within you, guided by the strength of your character and the clarity of your purpose. If you found value in these Stoic rules and are inspired to incorporate them into your daily routine, don't stop here. Embrace the path of continuous growth and resilience, and let the wisdom of Stoicism guide you towards a more fulfilling and purposeful life. If you enjoyed this video and want to dive deeper into wisdom that can elevate every aspect of your life, like this video and subscribe to the Wiser channel. Join our community of seekers, thinkers, and doers who are committed to living extraordinary lives. Share this video with those who could benefit from a dose of ancient wisdom in their modern lives. Thank you for watching, and remember, every day is a new chance to live with intention, strength, and virtue. Stay wise, stay resilient, and stay tuned for more powerful insights on the Wiser channel.